Good morning, everyone. It's 10 a.m. Here, 9 Central Time. I'm going to call the meeting to order. So, Ellen, you want to put the agenda up and we'll.
Yeah, I just. That's the one.
Okay, that's fine. We'll just. Madam Secretary, will you call the roll, please?
I will. Rachel Anger is here. Cindy Bird.
Here.
Kathy Calhoun.
Here.
John Kalila.
Here.
Kenny Curley.
Here.
Pam Delabar.
Here.
Kathy Dunham.
Here.
George Eigenhauser.
Here.
Yukiko Hayata.
Here.
Carol Krasnowski.
Here.
Rich Maston.
Here.
Steve McCullough.
Here.
Melanie Morgan.
Here.
Brian Moser.
Here.
Pam Moser.
Here.
Sharon Roy.
Here.
Howard Webster.
Here.
Carol Newkirk.
Here.
Thank you. And from central office, Eileen Tartaglia here. Is Shelley Perkins here?
Here.
James Simbro.
I'm here.
Shelley Borowski.
She's not on today.
Oh, she's not here today. Thank you. Also from our ID is Gavin Cow. Is Gavin on the call? Matt Wong
Here.
and Eva Chen. Okay, so Matt is here. Is there anyone whose name I have not called who is a panelist? Okay, turning it back.
Okay, if everybody will notice on the agenda that's on the screen, we switched 1 and 2 so that we don't have to do a roll call since the board site will be an open hearing. So, Madam Secretary, we have a couple other changes that need to be noted.
Yes, we're going to move the motion in our ratification of online motions that related to the COVID issue. We'll discuss that during the COVID-19 Advisory Committee report, agenda item number 7. We also want to move the deliberation of the board site to executive session, which will occur after agenda item recordings.
Okay,
That's it.
anyone else have any changes to our agenda before we approve the orders of the day? Okay, is there any objection to the agenda being made our orders of the day? Hearing no objection by unanimous consent.
You got 2 hands up.
I have
Carol.
hands up.
Okay, Rich Maston.
Hi, Daryl. I do not have any objections to the orders of the day. I just wanted to point out to Madam Secretary Rachel that Desiree Bobby is also in the on the list, and her name was not called.
And I'm
Thank
here.
you.
Oh, thank you. She's not a board, she'll be a committee chair, so she wouldn't be included in the board roster attendance.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
Pam
you.
Mosier, you're recognized.
Yes, I want to put something under new business into executive session.
Proceed.
Pardon me?
Proceed.
Oh, okay. It's for oath of office. I'd like to have that included in executive session under new business, please.
Okay,
Is that discussion about it? Because we have it on the schedule for Sunday to actually take the oath of office.
No, this is something different.
Okay, great.
okay, and you wanted an executive session?
That is correct.
Okay, is there a reason that it can't be discussed in open session? All this,
I'd like to have it in open session, but you guys are going to call me out of order if I do that.
haven't we discussed that in open session in the past?
Yes, yeah.
It's been an open session, Pam, I think in the past.
I know, but I am referring to different people on the board.
Okay, all right.
If you want me to have an open sessions, I'm more than happy to have an open session, but I don't
But
want to
you
get
can't-
cited for it.
You're gonna call names and you can't have it in open session.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I just needed that clarification. Okay. Is there a second to Pam's motion?
Rachel seconds.
Okay, is there any objection to the addition under new business for the closed session, executive session for the oath of office by Pam Mosier. Okay, hearing no objections by unanimous consent, that will be added to the agenda. Melanie Morgan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Daryl. I have a point of order on number 36, recordings. And part of it will start with a question. I'm confused as to why this discussion is in closed session. As far as I can tell, it doesn't involve the contract, litigation, legal matters, protests, judging program, etc. So based off that, I'm uncomfortable with keeping this discussion out of open session. Because that kind of seems to be the antithesis of transparency. So I'd like to see it in open session.
Okay, Kathy Dunham, you would like to address that? That's your item.
Yes. Melanie, I kind of felt like when I put this on the agenda that we still would be talking about a specific set of incidences that happened, although they were in social media for a while. I felt like it was something that should be a private discussion since it did involve a board member.
Pam Delabar.
Melanie, in the past, when we have had discussions referencing minutes and now recordings, oftentimes this involved legalities and subpoenas, and I think it best it be in closed session.
Pam Mosier, you're recognized.
Yes, this was all done in open session, which was on Zoom. I see where it doesn't meet the criteria. There is nothing in there that is showing that this should be in closed session. It should be an open session.
Okay. If you're putting it in closed sessions because you think it's going to hurt my feelings, which I know a lot of you don't care anyway, then I don't object to it being an open session. Rachel
I'm
Anger.
fine with that.
So may I suggest a compromise that we hear it in executive session and make a determination then if it may be included in the open session items?
Melanie.
I'd like to move that it be an open session.
Okay, I need a second.
I second it.
Okay. All right. Any discussion? Moving business order number, is it 36 or 37? I got 37 on mine.
It is 37 recordings.
Yeah, 37 recordings on my agenda. So discussion.
Yeah, I'd like clarification as to what they're talking about.
It was pre-noticed, Kenny. Rich Maston.
Yeah, thank you, Daryl. I'm not sure I care one way or another on this. However, would it be possible if Shelley can give us some guidance? Do we have any issues or concerns of moving this into having the discussion in open session?
Shelley.
I'm having trouble finding the compiled report, and it's item number what?
37.
I can't weigh in on that right now. I have to look again at the compiled report before I would make a recommendation.
Okay, so
Daryl,
yes, go ahead, Rich.
can Aline bring, oh no, I guess we can't bring that up because it's an executive session. Skip that.
Okay, well, let's just go ahead and vote on the motion. All those in favor of moving item 37 about recordings to open session. All those in favor, raise your hand. So the yes votes are Melanie Morgan, Cindy Bird, Pam Mosier, Sharon Roy, Steve McCullough, Rachel Anger, Brian Mosier, John Kalila, Kathy Calhoun. Hang on a second here. I gotta. get my screen scrolled up here. That would, I don't want to. I lost the participants. Let me see.
Do you want me to read off who I have?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, here, I got it. I got it. So I think John Kalila was the last person that I can't make this scroll down, Ellie.
Howard's a yes.
Okay, here we go.
Bye, baby.
George will be a yes too.
Okay, all right, so I think the last name I called was Kathy Calhoun, Yukika Hayata, Carol Krasnowski, and George and Howard. You'll take your hands down. The no votes. Sharon Roy, Kathy Dunham. Kathy Dunham, take Sharon Roy off. Sharon, which way did you vote? Yes or no?
I voted yes, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Kathy Dunham and Pam Delabar are the no votes. Okay, so
Need to call the abstentions.
abstentions. Rich Maston abstains.
And we did not get a vote from Kenny.
Kenny abstains too.
Okay. Okay, Rachel, if you'll read the,
Sure, we had 13 yes votes, 2 no votes, 2 abstentions.
okay, so the motion passes and that order of business will be moved to number 30. Business number 30.
Okay.
Kathy Calhoun,
I believe Ann Mathis is in the waiting room. Oh, she's in now. Never mind.
take your hand down, Kathy.
Will do.
Any other changes to our orders of business? Kathy, your hand's still up.
I know, I'm trying, Daryl.
Okay. All right.
Carol, we're having trouble with the live stream, so I'm working on that.
Okay.
Desiree.
Okay, so apparently we're having some problems with the live stream and we're working on getting that corrected. Okay, so the motion passes. It will follow number 30. Any other changes to the agenda? Any objection to the amended agenda that will become our orders of business? Okay. Hearing no objection by unanimous consent, we have our orders of the day adopted. Okay. Oh, is Ellen, is Nancy Dodds in? Because she's next on the,
She is not. No.
okay. Our next order of business, well, actually, our next order of business is the board site. So we will let in 5D
Okay.
and morning
Okay, there's 5D
and
and morning, and we are streaming live now.
okay, we're streaming live, everybody. Okay, so I don't know who the Chinese character, who that is. And is morning in?
Yes.
Okay.
In the compiled reports, I don't see the packet of information for the site. Is that somewhere?
Is it sent out?
It's on File Vista.
On File Vista, all I put in the actual compiled report was the caption.
Okay, so I need to admit that into evidence and it's an open session. Are we not publishing those materials?
Whatever you admit will be in the minutes.
Okay.
So Shelley, I take it you want those published?
I do want them published because it's an open session.
Okay, all right, so we're, our number 2 order of business is the board site. So Shelley, I will turn that over to you.
Okay. I'm going to introduce the case, which is docket number 21-006-0505, CFA versus Mulin Yang. And at this time, I would like to introduce into the record all of the written evidence contained in the PDF that is in File Vista that was supplied by us to Ms. Yang, and then also the materials supplied by Ms. Yang to us in 3 separate emails, which we received and confirmed receipt of. And then at this time, I'm prepared to allow the complainant, that's you, Ms. Yang, to present any verbal evidence or remarks to supplement these written exhibits that we have just turned into the record if desired. There's no need to make any oral statements at this time, but if you would like to, Ms. Yang, you can. And I would like to introduce our interpreter, Sarah. How do you say your last name?
Vin.
Okay, Sarah, if you would start interpreting then, that would be great.
Yeah, I actually put in a couple of questions. First of all, I need to know whether it's Mandarin or Cantonese is the language that you'll need.
Can you ask Ms. Which
Ms. Yang?
language she prefers?
Absolutely. 杨女士，那么我呢，我的名字叫 Sarah 哈，那么我是今天早上的这个翻译。我想問一下呢，您是講廣東話還是講國語？唔知你係講廣東話？
我兩樣都可以。
哦，哪一個比較好呢？
講國語吧，大家都聽得懂。
Okay, all right. So we'll go ahead with the Mandarin then.
Okay, so at this time, I introduce the case CFA versus Mulin Yang.
我现在就是介绍一下我们这个案子，就是 CFA 提告这个杨木林。
And the docket number is 21-006-0505.
然后卷宗号码呢是21-006-0505。
I introduce into the record all the written evidence that was supplied to Ms. Yang.
那么我呢已经把所有的这个书面的这些记录呢都已经提供给过杨女士的了。
And I introduce into the record all of the written evidence received from Ms. Yang in 3 separate emails.
另外呢，我也把就是从杨女士这里收到了3次的用电子邮件收到了3次的这些的记录呢，已经把它已经放在我们的记录的里面。
If Ms. Yang would like to make remarks at this time, she has a short period of time to add evidence to the written evidence.
如果呢，现在哈，杨女士，如果你想要说任何的这些评论或者意见的话呢，你可以有一个简短的时间，可以呢再补充，把一些呢证据呢再补充到我们的记录里面。
What remarks, Ms. Yang, would you like to make at this time?
那么请问现在杨女士哈，你有没有什么想要说的？
我会补充一些东西。
I like to add something.
You may continue.
好，你可以继续。
我叫杨木林，大家都叫我 Morning。
My name is Mulin Yang. Everybody calls me Morning.
本次出庭呢是针对呢说我违反 CFA 的那个条规，然后发函传召我。那么我现在呢对自己的无罪进行辩护。
So my appearance today, it was because of the accusation of me violating the program rules. And so I received the summon, and today I'm here to be my own defense.
从2005年开始呢，我参加 CFA 比赛到今年呢，已经有16个年头了。
So starting 2005 that I participated in CFA, this has been the 16th year.
无论是作为参赛者，或者是作为现在的身份协理裁判，我始终都是以诚信为本，积极的推广 CFA 的品牌形象，为中心的事情。而且呢，对于在 CFA 而言呢，我只有奉献，没有索取。
Okay, so as a participant, the assistant interpreter, I would like to ask Ms. Yang to maybe speak in short sentences so that everything said could be interpreted, if that's okay. 杨女士，你可不可以就是短一点说一句一句，然后你每说我就
可以
翻译出来。好，你讲。
OK， 好的。这是我们这是在猫圈里头呢，就是整个中国的猫圈，包括世界的猫圈都有目共睹的。
猫圈 ，OK， so
猫圈就猫的范围。
Oh, the cat in the cat world. So the whole world can see the activity of this cat world.
刚没翻译到这一句，就是刚刚16年之前。
您刚才漏了说我在这个圈子里头活动了16年。
And then I've already been an activist within this circle for 16 years.
谢谢你。下面呢由我的翻译来帮我读吧，所有的英文让他读吧，那样会快一点。
I have a translator, so I'm going to ask my translator to read the stuff that has already been translated, so that would speed up the process.
And so I'm a little concerned about that. You're asking someone else to testify on your behalf at this time, Ms. Yang?
这一点呢，我有一点忧虑哈。你的意思是，杨女士，你现在是请别人代表你来作证吗？
不是，我已经让我的翻译写好了英文，然后让他读出来，那这样会大家都快一点，不会浪费所有人的时间，可以吗？
Well, I have my testimony written and has been translated into English. So I'm going to ask my translator to read it out to save everybody's time, if that's okay.
That's fine.
We need that person to identify themselves.
我需要这位呢，他要自己要介绍一下他自己。
你介绍一下自己。
Hi everybody. Jinheng Li, a translator of Morning Yang. So today I will read the translated the version of Morning Yang. Is that all right?
And how much time do you think this is going to take?
Like around 4 minutes.
Okay, you may begin.
All right. So everyone here may know that I am not good at English and can only rely on translator to read and write. I have no reason to believe that the mess is caused by misleading. I have reason to believe that the mess is caused by misleading translation by software together with the misunderstanding caused by some false information obtained by CFA. Especially the charge that I speculated.
Can you stop for a second, please, sir? Sir, I'm getting a really large echo. And so I don't know if you're close enough to your microphone, but if you would like people to understand this, I think you're going to need to be closer to the microphone, or we can test something else out, but I can't understand what you're saying.
Mr. Lee, can you have Morning mute her computer?
She's muted.
Sure. She's muted now.
Okay.
Okay. Is it clear right now?
It's pretty fuzzy, so you're gonna really want to enunciate clearly.
Okay, so everyone here may know that I'm not good at English and can only rely on translator to read and write. I have reason to believe that the mess is caused by misleading translation by software together with the misunderstanding caused by some false information obtained by CFA, especially the charge that I speculate other judges who conspire with an exhibitor is misleading. So hereby, please allow me to brief the case again. On April the 3rd, on the June17 show, an exhibitor nicknamed Fat Uncle insulted me to challenge my decision in front of other exhibitors, only because his cat was not entering my final. Moreover, he spoke in front of other exhibitors that morning didn't understand rap thought at all. The Chengdu and Chongqing judges will surely adopt my cat in final. Since CFA started to hire associate judges, the insults on judges during the show and on social media never stopped. And it's very hard for me to go through the protest process because I don't know English, but all the report files need to be written in English. And the process takes too long. So I posted a short article without mentioning any name in the early morning of April 9th. The main purpose of this post was to stop similar faulty behavior. I was posting to protect the order and authority of the CFA test show. Besides, I saw our T1 leader, Gavin, post an article of similar content right before mine, so I never thought that my post would become the reason CFA cited me. And at 4:32 a.m. on April 9th, 2 hours after I posted the article, I received Annie Morse's email that she got many complaints against me, including complaints of food, mouthing other judges, and even post something bad on social media. I was shocked by the untrue charges. I don't know why Annie received such complaints and also who translated my article to her since my contents were totally misinterpreted. All the information in my article is intended to support CFA and tell every exhibitor to attend the show with integrity and honesty. But from Annie's information, my post is being translated into something that I speculate a conspiracy between my colleagues and the exhibitor. I was so anxious to clear up this false accusing, so I immediately used the free translator app to translate my reply into English and send it to Annie. I don't know whether the translation was accurate or not because I can neither express in English nor proofread them. So unfortunately, it did cause misunderstanding. Hereby, I insist that I should not take the responsibility for the misinformation caused by translation, because that was not what I meant in my post, and I didn't want to bring trouble to other judges. Thus, I have attached my article with translation by the court certificate translation company to set the record straight. The bottom line I insist is, according to the complete meaning of my original Chinese post, if there is any ambiguity or different understanding from my post, I can delete it. However, none of the comments under my post saying that I was alluding to other judges, evidence 1C. It is extremely unfair to me for using the most malicious attitude to speculate on my intention of the post without professional translation. I'm also charged by boards that I didn't delete the post fast enough. On April 10th, during dinner time, the exhibitors who attend the Chongqing show told me that Eva Chen and Gavin Tao were instigating Fat Uncle. The exhibitor who insulted me to feel protest against me with some fake accusation. The same day later at 11:21 p.m., in reply to my software translated statement, Annie wrote me an email again to notify me that I speculated other judge would conspire with an exhibitor, and she asked me to delete the post. I immediately realized the translation was not only misread, but also framed. And it occurred that complaints were one group attacking others within the Chinese CFA, which made me very angry. And I believe that many of the board members have heard about the fighting of Chinese NGO feelings, as the real post on Facebook. On April the 14th, after 3 consecutive days of judging and grooming classes, to avoid translation mistakes, I wrote an email to Annie in full Chinese to explain the whole case. which is the only thing I could do after knowing that I was framed. On April the 17th, 8:08 a.m., I received an email from Rachel that I'll be seriously informed by the CFA board if I insisted not to remove the post. I was very upset that a simple post was totally twisted. It made me even more exhausted. I chose to follow Rachel's quest to take down the post for avoiding further misunderstanding and time wasting. In summary, I insist my post has no intention to speculate other judges or damage the best interest of CFA. It is very difficult for a 66-year-old without any English background to write in English with translation software. A simple translator replied to Annie to me 6 hours from midnight to the second day morning. Besides, I've been frequently going out for CFA cat shows and have tried my best to communicate with CFA officials positively. I do hope boards can put yourself in other shoes to understand this. At the same time, the whole incident was caused by the repeated abuse, questioning of judges, and the lack of order on the show, which I believe everyone witnesses on Facebook, and the CFA should be responsible for the management and education of this aspect. As a victim of this mess, I was meant to help the CFA contain this adverse situation, but instead, I got framed and complained, which is extremely unfair to me. To build up a healthy casual environment in China, I do hope CFA can realize the fact that it's the main problem to address. Instead of raising political battle, please do not disappoint the effort and pay of all the judges, the associate judges, the show holders, the exhibitors, and even the sponsors. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, then it would be the time for me to ask questions, and I do not have any questions at this time for Ms. Yang. And so is there any questions by board members?
那么现在呢，应该是我呢向杨女士提问的时候，但是呢，我呢没有任何问题要问杨女士。请问呢，这个委员会或者董事会的会员呢，有没有任何人有问题要问杨女士的？
Pam Mosier, you're recognized.
Yes, I'd like to ask Morning, were these comments made in your judging ring, and did you hear them?
那么我要问杨女士哈，就是这些的意见呢，他们当时提出的时候呢，是不是在你的就是比赛的时候，所以你有听到吗？
Morning, you're muted.
Sorry. The interpreter didn't hear any response.
听到我说话吗？
现在可以。Now we can hear you.
您请再说一遍。
Could you ask that question again?
Yes. Were these comments made to you in your judging ring, and did you hear them?
那么这些的意见呢，是不是在你做裁判的时候，那么你有没有听到当时？
听到哪方面意见？就是我刚才说的是吗
？Which comments in specific? Did you mean the one that I just mentioned?
The comments about berating her on her judging of those the rag dolls.
就是说你对那个红狗啊所做的那个裁判好像就是不满意。
我在现场的，因为我做裁判嘛，我肯定在现场的。
Well, I was there since I was the judge, so I was there.
Did she hear the comments?
你有没有听到他们说这些的意见？评论？
我有听到，但是呢，我听不懂他在说什么。当时，因为他用的是方言。
他用的是什么？
他用的是他的地方语言，但是他在骂，我有听到的。
I did hear because since I was there, but I didn't understand at the time because they use a certain dialogue.
Okay, then my next question is, did she think about filing a protest?
那么我接下来的问题呢，就是你有没有想过呢，要提出或者要做出一些投诉？
我有想过，但是我觉得做出投诉是很长的时间段，这时间段太长了。那然后呢，我们没有这么多时间，这是第一，而且这些问题呢，发生了很多很多次，就发生在我身上是第一次，但是发生在其他裁判身上是已经很多次了。
Okay. So I thought about it, but filing a protest, it would take a long time. And this is not, well, the first thing is I don't have a lot of time. And my understanding is that things like this that had happened for many times, even though this is the first time ever happened to me.
Yes, but this would have been appropriate. I think that she should have filed the protest.
Pam,
What? Yeah.
Out of order. This has nothing, whether she files a protest or not is not germane to her protest. If she wants to file a protest, you get with her privately and you can advise her.
Thank you.
Okay, Kenny Curley, you're recognized.
Kenny Curry.
Yes, Curley, hi.
Curley, go ahead.
Could you please ask Morning if during her training process, was she instructed by her trainers to ignore comments from the audience as far as her judging abilities?
那么我有一个问题想问你哈 ，Morning。那么在你的培训的过程中，那么你的培训人员有没有告诉你呢？就是说，应该去对那些观众的评论或者意见呢，应该呢就忽略他们。
有的，因为我记得我在考试的时候最后一题 ，Bell 主席给我提过这个问题，我有答复他的。但这不是提出，他们不是说对我的评价有异议，而是在辱骂我，这是性质不同的东西。
Yes, so I remember there was questions on the exam. It was like the last questions, and so something to that nature. However, this is something different. So they're not commenting. They're not giving a comment on my judgment. Instead, it's derogatory towards me.
And my final question to her, was it her intention to harm her fellow CFA judges?
我最后一个问题要问你的，就是当时你的意图是不是要伤害到其他的 CFA 的裁判？
我完全没有这个意愿，也没有这个意图，因为所有懂看中文的人都能够很清楚地表达出，就是所有的文章里头我没有提到过任何伤害别人的东西，包括骂我的人，我都没有伤害他。
Not at all. Anyone who understands Chinese will see this clearly, a clear expression throughout all my articles. There isn't anything that's harmful towards CFA or any person.
Thank you.
谢谢。
Mine is more of a request than a question. I've sent a private email requesting the statement that Mr. Lee read to be emailed to me. I'm sure we all had difficulty understanding it, and I would like to have it clearly in the minutes. So may I get a copy of that written statement, please?
那么我的是其实是一个请求哈，应该不算是一个问题，就是我能不能请呢那个刚刚那个李先生把他所读出来的那一个的声明呢，能不能够 提供一个副本或者用电子邮件。能不能？我相信大家可能都没有听得很明白，是不是能够请李先生可以把那个副本呢用电子邮件发给我们
？Yeah, sure. I will definitely. Do we have an email address? I can send it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rich Maston. You're muted, Rich.
Thank you. Morning mentioned her post may have been misinterpreted. Does the board have the correct interpretation of what Morning actually posted?
那么早上好，刚才呢，那个 Morning 说呢，他的那个张贴呢是翻译上有错误。我想问一下我们的委员会或者董事会呢，是不是有这个 Morning 的张贴的准确的翻译？
You need an email address, Rachel.
Okay.
问我吗？
Is that a question for me?
Well, I'm not sure who the question is for. I'm not sure that the board has the correct interpretation of the post, and I think we need it. Morning is the one that mentioned that the interpretation may not be accurate.
我也不清楚，那么因为刚才 Morning 说，因为那个翻译不准确嘛，所以我也不清楚呢，谁有这个答案？
我当天的是中文，我当天发在 WeChat 上面的是中文。
So
然后
what I posted on WeChat on that day, it was in Chinese.
So can we have the proper interpretation of what was posted, please?
我们能不能够就是有那个当时你所发的那个一个准确的翻译？
已经发给了 Sherry， 发给律师 Sherry 了。他
I sent it to my attorney Sherry。
上面有了。
什么？
就是我传回去给 CFA 的那个回传的我的意见和我的回复上面就已经有了。整整一个翻译都在上面。
Which was included. The translation was included in my reply to CFA.
Okay, thank you.
好，谢谢。
Okay, so I would like to make a statement and ask Morning a question.
我呢有一些话要说，并且呢我要问 Morning 问题。
So the post that Morning put in Chinese and we all translated into English with the WeChat translator.
那个 Morning 所发的那个张贴呢都是中文的，但是在微信里面呢都有被翻译成英文。
That translation was in violation of the Judges' Code of Ethics.
那么那一个的翻译呢，看起来是违反了这个裁判的他的这个伦理的规则。
And Mathis advised Morning that was against the Judges' Code of Ethics.
然后 Mathis 呢就告诉 Morning 呢，这一点就是这个呢有违反这个裁判的伦理规则。
And Morning made excuses why she could not take the post down.
然后 Morning 呢就有说一些的原因或者借口呢，他没有办法把那个张贴的把它删除或者拿下来。
And notified me that she had asked Morning to take the post down.
并且呢，Mathis 有告诉我呢，他有叫 Morning 把那个张贴把它拿下来。
And I wrote to Morning and told her she needed to take the post down.
然后呢，我有书面告诉 Morning 要请他要把那个所张贴的把它拿下来。
And after the post had been up for 2 weeks, I notified the executive committee what was going on, and the executive committee advised Rachel to send Morning a note that this violated the code of ethics.
那么2个礼拜之后呢，这个执行委员会呢就了解，我有告诉执行委员会所发生的情况，然后执行委员会呢就通知这个 Morning 呢，这个呢是违反了这个伦理的规则。
At that point, Morning took the post down.
在那个时候 Morning 就把他的那个张贴呢把它拿下来了。
And what Morning is saying is a bad translation was left up on the WeChat site for 2 weeks. And it was derogatory against 3 judges coming the next day to judge that show. So my question is, does Morning understand that the severity of her comments, even if they were misinterpreted by the translation software, did damage to CFA in China?
那么那个说那个翻译不准确的这个翻译呢，在微信里面呢，它保留了有2个星期。那么如果说是不准确的翻译，那个翻译呢，确实是有损人格的，是对第2天要做裁判的3位裁判呢，对他们是一个伤害。所以呢，我的问题呢，就是说，问 Morning， 你呢，你明不明白这些的评论的一个严重性？而且呢，是会对 CFA 造成伤害的。
So in my opinion, when Ann Mathis wrote her and told her that this was against the code of ethics, she should have immediately taken that post down from the WeChat site.
那么我的评论呢，就是当 Ann Mathis 告诉这个 Morning 要他把那个张贴把它拿下来的时候呢，他就本来应该那个时候就马上把它拿掉。
So as Pam Mosier stated, I agree. The exhibitor should not made the comments as they were rude. But Morning is a associate judge for CFA for long hairs, and she should have been the adult person, and she should have not criticized the other judges. I don't know how the translation.
At this time, Daryl, I'm going to interject.
Okay.
And move to strike that. That sounds to be like deliberation. This is an evidentiary portion. Is there any questions that anyone has?
那么刚才这个 Daryl 有一些的评论哈，就是说呢，那个那些那个意见呢是。当然，那些其他的人的意见是有点不礼貌，但是就是作为这个 Morning 来讲，他本身他是一个裁判，他应该就是像一个成年人一样哈，就是但是呢，这个时候 Shelley 呢就打断说，那么听起来这个呢有点像审议啊，我们现在是要问呢谁有问题，所以问一下在这些委员会的成员的里面呢，还有没有什么人有问题的？
你问我吗？
Yeah, hang on, Kenny Curley.
Kenny.
You're muted, Kenny.
Kenny Curley.
You're muted, Kenny.
轮到我回答吗？
I'm unmuted now. I had just one
Can I
really
answer?
quick question. Did Morning ignore Ann, or did she? I want to know why she didn't listen to Ann Mathis's request as far as taking down that. What's her excuse for not taking it down?
我的问题想问 Morning 哈 ，Morning 你为什么就是没有理会 Ann Mathis 的这个当时的请求？为什么你没有就是当时呢就马上把那个张贴把它拿掉呢？是什么原因呢？
首先呢，我是4月9号凌晨2点发的帖子。我在我的回复里头写得很清楚，那个时间线。
First of all, I posted the comment on, it was at 2 a.m. April 9th, and I've also clearly stated that in my reply. 你继续。
然后呢，这个帖子发了以后呢，2个小时不到。安就给我回了封邮件，邮件上面呢就说 他一直以来收到好几个对我的投诉，也就是等于是不是文字的投诉了，就口头的可能吧，投诉说我抱怨裁判的伙食。
Okay, so I guess in less than 2 hours, I received an email from Anne. And the email says that she has received several or a few complaints over a period of time. And these are not written complaints. They may be some sort of verbal comments saying that I was complaining about the food provided for the judges.
然后呢，又说呢，说我在裁判，就说在别人的背后说裁判的坏话，还有在公众媒体，就是公众平台上面发表对 CFA 不好的言论。
And then it says that I was talking behind the judges' back or other judges' back about them. And it says that I also had share in public social media of contents in that nature.
那么我在 WeChat 上面发的那篇文章呢，不是英文的，是全中文的。
And then the article that I posted in WeChat, it was not in English, it was in Chinese.
还有要强调的一点呢，就是说2个小时要看完，如果不懂中文的，那就更麻烦了。要看完我的那份 WeChat 的帖子呢，也不会很短时间。但是2个小时多一点，居然我出了，就 N 给我回了那么多东西，但他并没有要求我删除9号的时候，就是9号凌晨的时候。
Okay. So I want to emphasize. Okay, so I want to emphasize. In 2 hours, I don't see how it can be possible for somebody to be able to read an article in Chinese. It's not a short one. And then also, Anne got back to me in less than 2 hours. And she did not ask me to remove the post at that time. I'm talking about on April 9th.
I'm sorry.
Okay, Sarah, before you go, can you please instruct Ms. Yang to give very brief answers? She can continue her answers, but I need to make sure we're getting it translated correctly.
Thank you. 杨女士，还是请你呢，就是能够讲简短的，每一次讲一句话，就像刚才那位先生，你就停顿，然后我翻译了，你就继续。你是可以一直连续可以继续讲，只不过就是你每一句的时候停顿一下，翻译完毕你就继续，好吗？这样的话，我们能够把所有说的翻译出来。
Okay. Is she done answering Kenny's question?
那个你刚刚的回答已经完了吗？你回答那个 Kenny 的问题。
没有，然后呢，他当天给我的回信是没有要求我删除的。
Yeah, well, okay, so on April 9th, the reply that I received on that day did not ask me to remove the post.
然后呢，当天就过去了。我10号就坐飞机去杭州比赛了。
So, okay, so that was that day. And then the next day, I took a flight to Hangzhou to participate in a contest.
那当天晚上呢，很晚，因为杭州的比赛是11号，我10号到了杭州。N 给我的邮件，第2封邮件是10号晚上，就中国时间11点52分，我已经睡觉了。
Hello.
So I arrived on the 10th. it was very late in the evening. The contest is going to be happening on the 11th. I received a second email. This was on the 10th, I guess the time in China. I received the email at 11:52 p.m. The second email.
那么他 N 的邮件呢，我是11号到中午以后我才看的，差不多应该到晚上吧，应该是下午以后我才看的，因为我那个时候在做裁判，我没有时间可以去看。
So I didn't actually read Anne's email until afternoon, more like in the evening, because the time prior to that I was being the judge, so I didn't have time to read it until later.
而且呢，我不懂英语，这是大家都知道的。我带在身边的手提就是笔记本，我带在身边的笔记本没有翻译软件，我就更加没办法看了。这一点我跟安说过的。
And I don't know English. I don't read English. I think everybody knows that. And at the time, the notebook or whatever the laptop that I had with me, it did not have translation software on it. So I have no way of understand or gaining the understanding of the message. And I also told Anne about this.
11号晚上，我们比赛比得很晚，吃完饭回酒店已经差不多12点了。
So on the evening of the 11th, the contest went all the way till very late in the night, into the night, and after dinner, when I arrived at the hotel, it was almost midnight.
然后进门口的时候就收到 Ann 的WeChat，Ann 问我有没有收到邮件，我说有，但是我没有时间处理，因为我第二天。
你等一下。I got a WeChat message as soon as I walked into the hotel room. Anne was asking whether I received the email. I said I did, but I didn't have time to read it or process it.
Okay, before we go any further, I would like to just get some specific questions. Is that what you want, Daryl?
No, I want all this information Morning is conveying to us was in her statements. And so what we need is additional supporting evidence to back her claim of innocence. We all know the timing, it's all been posted. So what we're doing is we're going through her steps that she did. We all have that information.
Okay.
So what we need is additional information.
Okay. 那么现在呢，就是刚刚 Daryl 就说呢，你刚刚所说的这些呢，全部都在你刚刚读的那个声明的里面，也就是你告诉我们你所采取的每一步的那个行动哈。但是呢，这些我们都已经有了，在你的那个声明刚刚读的声明里面呢，都已经有了这些资料，我们都有。我们现在需要的是你提供额外的材料，能够证明你的无辜或者证明你的清白的。
Okay, at this time, Kenny, is that your last question?
Kenny, 是不是还有最后一个问题？
No, I just had one. I don't mean to prolong this, but does Morning feel like that an error by her was committed, but it was primarily due to translation problems? That's my last question.
Thank you. 我最后这个问题，我并不是想要用那么多的时间哈。那么 Morning， 我要问一下呢，你是不是觉得呢？你这方面呢，是的确有出错，但是呢，这个错误呢，主要是因为这个翻译上的问题，是不是？
因为安要我马上回他，我没有办法回，然后到14号呢，我就给了他一封全中文的邮件。但是在我给他全中文邮件之前，我曾经去用翻译软件去翻我的那个东西。你知道我不懂英文，翻完了等于我是没有办法检查的，对不对？ 我就把
So-
翻的东西就扔给他了。
So Anne demanded an answer right away. So on the 14th, I provided something in Chinese. I sent it in email. It was all in Chinese. And so, but I did use the translation software, but I didn't have much time to check it or to make sure, but I just sent it to her.
Okay, Rachel Anger, did you have another question?
Rachel 还有问题。
I do. My opinion is that the respondent has had ample opportunity to provide all her evidence. We're getting nothing new here.
Okay.
We spent 1 hour discussing things that have already been provided. She has not answered the question about why there was a delay or if there is any apology coming. So I think at this point we should cut off discussion. No further information is going to be gleaned that will be helpful or productive to any outcome. So I don't know if it's proper to call the question or to request an end to the discussion, but that is my intent now. Let's end this and we'll bring it back up under deliberations in our executive session. We're getting nothing productive here.
对，那么我是要说的，就是我认为呢 ，Morning 哈，我觉得这个也不一定是个问题。我认为 Morning 呢，他已经有了很多的充分的机会啊，但是呢，到目前来讲，我们已经花了很多时间。到目前来讲呢，我们并没有获得任何的新的资料或者什么进展哈。那么我也没有从 Anne 这方面呢听到为什么会有这些的延误啊，也没有听到任何的道歉的这个话语。那么我认为呢，我们没有办法，我们大概不会再获得任何其他的进一步的资料。所以呢，我的意图是我认为我们现在就可以结束这个我们这样的一个讨论，或者我们就是在我们的这个执行团队里面可以进行审议。
Okay, I have one final question for Ms. Yang, and that is, are you apologetic for your behavior in any way?
那么我呢有最后一个问题，我想问杨女士的。我想问杨女士，就你的行为，你有没有意图想要道歉？
我从来都没有做错，我为什么要道歉？
I never did anything wrong. Why should I apologize?
Thank you. At this time, I think the hearing is over, and I would at this time close further testimony. Unless Ms. Yang has any additional documents, then she can email those to us.
好，那么谢谢。那现在这样的话呢，我们的听证会呢到这里就结束。那么我认为这个证词的环节呢也到这里就结束了。如果杨女士呢还有任何其他的文件的话呢，你可以通过电子邮件提供给我们。
And to confirm, we have received her statement, which has been forwarded to the entire board.
那么我也想确认，我们刚刚已经收到了那个声明，并且呢，我已经把这个声明呢已经发给整个委员会了。
At this time, the hearing is closed.
好，现在我们的听证到这里结束。
Thank you, Morning. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Thank you, Sarah, for joining us today.
好，谢谢 Morning， 谢谢李先生，也谢谢我们的翻译今天早上参加。All right, it's a pleasure. Thank you for having me. I'm gonna go ahead and log off. Thank you.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Okay, Morning. You and Mr. Lee could please log off.
Also, 5D and
It's 5D. If you're on, can you please log off?
Todd Zhao.
Todd Joe, can you please log off?
John Lee.
Is Mr. Lee still on?
There's two Lees, Jin Hang Lee and John Lee.
Okay, all the witnesses, please log off to the hearing.
Yep. They will log off.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Pam Delabar.
Maybe I was in an alternate universe, but did we hear from those witnesses that were logged on?
She didn't ask for them to testify on her behalf. They
But if we were informed that they were going to be witnesses, then perhaps Shelley should have said something.
Well, I asked her if she had any other evidence to provide, and she did not say she had other evidence.
Let's
Her-
hope that they weren't going to provide something of significance then.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll move on to order number 3, which is the appointment of inspectors of the election and the credentials committee. Nancy Dodd, is she on?
She is on.
Okay,
yes.
and Nancy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Daryl. Back in August of 2020, I did submit to the board for approval of this year's credentials committee. I won't take the time to read everybody, but you already have that. This year was a little bit unusual in that we actually did meet prior to this meeting today. We met on Sunday by Zoom, and we did the things that we typically do on the Thursday once the board approves the membership. We use a method to validate the current list of clubs to ensure that all the data is correct. We take last year's total of ending clubs, we add to it the new clubs, we subtract out the clubs who were dropped, and we also subtract out the clubs who resigned. And when CFA gives us a total of current clubs, that information is accurate 2 ways. We found ourselves necessary to do that because in the past we had received some incorrect data and we wanted to be sure that the information was correct. The system used today to name delegates at the annual meeting really makes for fewer issues, so we really had no issues at all with the delegates. Balloting, we used the same accounting firm this year to count the ballots, and they actually did that on Monday. The results, the original paperwork, was sent to me, and I received it late yesterday afternoon. Hillary Helmrich and I will go through that material to do some verification on some of the batches that we think need a second look. But by and large, we will do that today. We added people from central office to our credentials committee because we knew that additional staff was going to be needed to perform some balloting tasks. And that was, in addition to James, would be Aline and Amber. I really don't have anything else to add to that, but I'll answer any questions if anyone has any.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. I see no hands raised.
Thank you.
We appreciate your report. Okay, let's move on to order number 4. Rachel Anger, you're recognized.
Thank you. My first item is additions and corrections to the minutes. I have a note in there about an action that the board took care of, and this is related to motion number 12 regarding the minutes correction, which we will ratify shortly, hopefully. Going on to item B is ratification of the May 4th teleconference minutes, and I would like to move for approval of the May 4th, 2021 teleconference minutes as published.
George
Carol
second.
Everybody second. I'll pick one.
Okay,
Okay.
pick one. Okay. Any objection to the ratification of the May 4, 2021 teleconference meeting minutes? Okay, seeing no hands up by unanimous consent, those meeting minutes are ratified.
Thank you. My next item is the ratification of the online motions. I would like to note that item number 2 has been pulled out, and we will discuss that under the COVID report coming up later in the day. Other than that, I would like to move for ratification of motion number 1 and 3 through 12.
Carol seconds.
Okay, thank you, Carol. Melanie Morgan, you're recognized.
So is it appropriate to discuss number 11 separately, or?
We can pull that out and ratify all the others if you think that would be a more efficient way to do it.
As long as that's appropriate, that's what I would like. I don't know what the proper protocol is here.
So may I amend my motion then to ratify motion number 1 and 3 through 10 and 12. So that would be excluding number 11.
And Carol will amend her second
Okay, thank you.
accordingly.
Any discussion on those items? Okay, any objection to the ratification of 1 through 10 and 12? Okay, seeing no objections by unanimous consent, those are ratified.
Okay, and so I would like to move for ratification of motion number 11 to allow the associate judge administrator to distribute the T2 applications.
20 seconds.
Okay, thank you, Kenny. Melanie Morgan, you're recognized.
So Daryl, am I allowed to make a comment here or not? Can we discuss this, I guess is what I'm asking?
Well, any online motion needs every member to agree to it in order for it to be implemented. We
All
did
right.
get that, as you can see, the people who voted against it on the online motion. So Shelley, my understanding is this is open for debate now.
Sweet, okay. All right, so
Is that right,
thank
Shelley?
you.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks. I just wanted to clarify before I went on, because I was offline during our discussion period on this original one. And my intention was not to be obstructionist, but my issues with this T2 application motion revolve around the lack of opportunities for board input. And that are inherent with an online motion versus discussing it either at an in-person meeting or with our new reality, these Zoom meetings. For all intents and purposes, this associate program is the birth of something new for CFA. And I feel like we really missed an opportunity here. This is our chance to fully develop a brand new program and at the very least establish minimum requirements. And I think those of you who were on the board and for those of you who weren't, I'll bring up to speed. This program was initially proposed as a solution to address a specific emergency. The initial proposal was never meant to be the end game. It was a starting point, but it wasn't the end game. Moving forward in these less urgent times, albeit certainly there's still a need, the plan should be to develop requirements and guidelines for the program before we move forward past that initial emergency that we had. So putting together an application kind of feels like to me like we're putting the cart before the horse. And then as a board, we've left out the step of developing and improving guidelines and procedures for a program that is now not simply a short-term response to an urgent situation, but something that is becoming part of our new culture. I truly feel like we need to look at establishing some basic requirements for the program before we move forward with an application process. And if we're not going to do our due diligence there, we should at least discuss the contents of this application rather than just passing it in an online motion without any input or discussion at all. This is our chance to go over the proposed guidelines and the requirements and really think it through. To just approve this on the fly via an online motion isn't in the best interest of CFA board, the potential applicants actually, or CFA as a whole. So especially given the fact that the program is going to have direct influence on an area where growth is crucial to CFA success. I think that this program deserves our attention. For example, are you all happy with just 4 years as a requirement? I wasn't. Do you think that we should be looking at scorecard situation? I'm sure there are other questions, but without any discussion, we can't begin to explore them. And without exploring them, we can't make this program be the best it can be. So now is the time to set expectations. Closing the barn door after all the horses are running free is rarely an effective method. And I think that's kind of what we've done. And that's why I voted against this. Sorry to go on so long, but I wasn't online during that period. So I'm kind of grabbing this time now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I would point out, Melanie, that I directed Ann Mathis to ask you to help in the development of that application because the board asked them to redo that application. So would you, did you voice, you just voiced some concerns to the board. Did you
Yes.
voice those concerns during the development of the updated application with Ann Mathis?
I brought up my concerns about the actual application. We didn't talk about the actual program itself, but yes, we talked about the length of time, et cetera. And she made some changes based off my recommendations, which I appreciated.
Okay, thank you. I'll point out that I understand that you were offline during this time, but there was not one comment made during this motion. For 24 hours, I left that up. Not one other board member that voted no voiced why they objected, not one. Rachel, you're recognized.
Thank you. I have two comments. The first is that nothing has changed in China. We're still shut down there. Other judges from outside of China cannot go there. So by necessity, the associate judge program has had to continue. It has kept us alive in China. Is it the perfect solution? Absolutely not. Are any of us completely satisfied and happy with it? No. It's a stopgap measure. As Melanie pointed out, it had a purpose for being born, and that purpose still exists. Nothing has changed. Second, as Daryl just said, a chance for discussion was provided. The only thing that was asked for before discussion was open was that the actual application be provided, which it was. It sat there for 24 hours and no one commented. So I don't know where that is coming from, but the chance for discussion was provided, just so everyone knows that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Pam Delabar?
The question that we had before us was to allow the application to be distributed. Nothing more, no comments on the program. We went through and we worked through what Ann presented on a program to go above and beyond T1, T2, and on to T3, etc. We weren't going through whatever the program was. We will set that as a board for the future. But right now we have T2 going. I taught classes already. Several people have taught classes already. This was just to get the application out. It said nothing about we will approve more people once we get these applications in. It was just to distribute the application. And I did not think that that was really a bridge too far for an online motion.
Thank you, Pam. Melanie, your hand's still up. Okay, is there any other discussion? Kathy Calhoun?
Yes, I do have a question. Piggybacking off of what Pam Delabar just mentioned, can we just have maybe a brief minute or two, no long discussion, but a minute or two from the program, maybe from Ann, as to what are the next steps in developing this program?
That's not germane to this motion, Kathy. If you want to bring something up when Ann brings up her committee report, that would be the time to bring that up. We're talking about ratification of this motion, and that's distribution of the applications.
Okay, I will ask my question then.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, I'll call for the yes votes. Elaine, I'm not seeing all the hands, so.
So I'm showing Eigenhauser, Anger, Maston, Hayata, Krasnowski, Curley, Bird, Dunham, Howard Webster. That's it.
You got Hayata,
Yes.
Delabar.
Delabar.
Sorry.
Okay, if you'll take your hands down, the no votes.
For no, I have John Kalila, Melanie Morgan, Kathy Calhoun, Brian Moser, Pam Moser, Steve McCullough, Sharon Roy. That was for no.
Okay. Any abstentions? Okay,
We have 10 yes votes, 7 no votes.
okay, the motion is agreed to. So Ann, I know you're on, so you can start distributing the application. Okay, Rachel, anything else?
That concludes my report. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, all right, so we'll move on to order number 7. Ellen Honey and Vicky Nye, if you're on, you can unmute and present your reports.
It's 5, actually.
Hmm.
5. Item number 5.
Good morning, everyone.
Sorry, item 5.
Good morning, everyone. This is Ellen Honey, and I'm gonna just go over a few things on our trainees, advancing judges, and applicants. This is our 1-year anniversary of the new judging program with the approval of you, the board, which we thank you very much. We have made many changes to the judging program rules, which makes more sense in this day and age. We've adapted the alternative application guide, and thank you to Melanie for getting it up and running to a point so we could get it finished and put into the judging rules. So thank you, Melanie. We appreciate that. We are working on a train the trainer program, which Loretta Bow will present later. And we have Ann Mathis, who did the T1 associate program, which is done very well in China. What we want to do now currently is try to get our trainees back in the ring to finish their training, encourage new people to join the judging program now that the entire country is beginning to open up. I think that there are people that will now maybe apply. We've gotten some inquiries at this point. We have a couple of pre-applicants. We want to encourage these new people to join the program. And we want our judges to follow the COVID-19 advisory, whatever that happens to be right now. There will come up something later about some changes, but we will follow, the judges will follow whatever that COVID-19 advisory memo states. The action item that I have here is to request that the judges follow the COVID-19 advisory committee guidelines as stated at the time.
Okay, thank you, Ellen. Rachel.
Yeah.
Standing motion.
I'd like to make a standing motion to approve all of the action items on the judging program report.
Steve second.
Thank you, Steve. Okay, so Ellen, you want to read did you read your first action item?
I did.
Okay,
You want me
good
to
deal.
read it again?
All right, no, it's fine. Kathy Calhoun, you're recognized.
Okay, I have 2 questions about the action item. Is it necessary? I don't know if it's necessary to have an action item saying that the judges will follow the program because the program states that it has to be followed. So I'm not sure if that action item is really necessary. And then if it is necessary, I would ask if Ellen would be willing to rephrase it as, instead of saying stated at this time, maybe revise that to say that they would follow the current guidelines, because this says pretty much what it is on June 17th.
So Kathy, I'll remind you that action item came out of the COVID advisory committee.
I know, but I'm
Okay.
wondering if it is necessary. In my opinion, the whole program should be adhered to by all those, and that it would not require a specific action item for the judges, or a specific action item for the clerks, or a specific action item for the exhibitors. Just saying.
Okay, Kathy, can I respond to that?
Go ahead.
Absolutely.
Okay, the reason the action item is there is because later on coming up, there's going to be some changes our current COVID advisory recommendations have a special area for the judges. The one coming up later, they decided that they just wanted the judging program to put something into it, that we didn't specifically address the judges. That's the only reason I made this action item. If it goes forward, then we would want to follow whatever the current advisory committee recommendations are.
Okay, George Eichenhauser, you recognize?
Yeah, and I agree with Kathy, at least in part, that instead of the wording that it has now, it should be the COVID advisory rules then in effect or something similar, so that as the board makes changes, and there may be changes even this afternoon, those are automatically captured.
Okay, can somebody clearly state an amendment so that we can get it seconded and discuss the amendment?
My hand is up.
Okay, Rachel, go ahead.
I would like to remove the word request. So the action item is that the judges follow the COVID-19 Advisory Committee guidelines as currently in effect, period.
Why don't you put current up before COVID-19?
Follow
Judges
the-
follow the current
Follow the current COVID-19 advisory guidelines in
committee
effect.
guidelines. Period.
Steve second.
Okay. All right, so the amendment is remove request and insert between the and COVID-19 current and strike out as stated at the time. Kathy Calhoun,
Oh, I'll take my hand down.
okay?
Yeah, me too.
Okay. All right, anybody have a discussion about the amendment? Any objection to the amendment? Okay, seeing no objection by unanimous consent, the amendment is passed. So now we need to go back to the amended original motion. Is there any discussion on the amended motion? Any objection to the amended motion? Hearing no objection by unanimous consent, the amended motion is ratified. Go ahead, Ellen.
Okay, so my next item is to talk about lifting the suspension for one-on-one in-person training. It's been 7 months since we've allowed any one-on-one training for our trainees. The last, I believe, was November of 2020. I've requested several times to lift the suspension, but the board has felt that it was not the right time. What we're looking at now is that the states are opening up 100%, at least here, 100% in California, New York. We're starting to lift guidelines for vaccinated people. Our trainees are fully vaccinated, and from looking at Vicky's report, about 50% of our judges are vaccinated. I think it's time that we let people go back to training.
Okay, thank you, Ellen. Rachel has a standing motion. So need a second?
Steve has standing second.
Okay, thank you, Steve. All right, Melanie Morgan, you have your hand up.
Thank you. I would like to put my support into this at this time and thank the trainees for being as patient as they have during these difficult times. Given the fact our trainees are vaccinated and things are opening, I think this is the right time to start reinstating that, as long as we do it with care and, certainly keeping an eye on things going on. I support this motion.
Thank you, Melanie.
I appreciate it. Anyone else have comments? Okay, any objections to the action item? Hearing no objection by unanimous consent, the trainees can get back to training. Congratulations.
I hear two very happy people.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all of you on the board for going along with this. It's very important.
Okay, thank you. And our advancements will be conducted in closed session. So let's move on. Vicky Nye.
Daryl?
Yep.
Hand up. It's Melanie. I do question why in the past we've not put advancements in the open session at all at this point. So I questioned why they were here.
Oh. I can answer that, sorry.
Rachel?
We always put the voting results in open session,
Okay.
so it's a repeat of what we'll discuss in executive session, but it's put there as a place marker for reporting purposes.
Okay.
All right, Vicky, now you're recognized.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Vicki Nye, I'm Chair of the Approved Judges and the Guest Judging Program. As the Chair of the Approved Judges, I was asked to submit to our judging panel a survey regarding their vaccination status for COVID. I did so and with numerous reminders. I posted it on the Judges IO group site, and anyone who was not on that site received an email, and most of those were our associate judge panel. Out of the 118 judges, I had responses from 72. That's a 61% response rate. And of those those responses, 72 responses, 94%, the vast majority, had either been vaccinated, were in the process of being vaccinated, or will be vaccinated. I did receive one response that was they declined to state, and 4 of them didn't authorize sharing of the material or the results of the survey. One of those 4 said it's okay within CFA. So basically it means that 46 of our judges failed to respond for whatever reason, apathy, didn't see it, didn't feel it was appropriate to be asked. I've had a discussion with Ellen Honey regarding the survey results, because part of the reason for the survey was to get some information so that Ellen would be able to assign trainees to vaccinated judges. I will provide her the full survey response report with the names redacted out of the 4, or actually of the 3 that didn't want their information shared. So that's the end of my report for the COVID piece. The next part of the judging program report, the current happenings of the committee, we have our service awards this celebrating this season. And the judges are listed here. This is the list that CFA has provided. I also put together a slideshow with photos of our esteemed judges that are celebrating service awards that will be run at the annual meeting tomorrow at 11 a.m. according to the agenda. And that includes not just the 2019, 2020, and the 2020-2021 service awards. I think this is a great way with photos to, to be able to celebrate since we're not in person. The next item I have up, I do have 2 requests for retirement from the judging program and 2 leave of absences. We'll take these one at a time based on, back up just, oh, there it is, never mind. Based on Rachel's blanket motion for judging program items. The first one is to accept with regret the retirement of Norman Auspitz effective April 30th, 2021.
Vicky, can I get a board member to second that? And then we can.
Sure.
George will second.
Thank you, George. Go ahead.
As we get these retirement requests, our judging program is aging, and I suspect we will be seeing some of these. I will try to put together, with the assistance of friends of the judge or even the judge, a biography that I will make sure that gets into the minutes, and also with Teresa Kiger that they're reported and she can put it in the newsletter. So Norm has provided me his vast body of experience. It's very interesting. I'm not going to read this, and you all have the minutes that you'll be able to see. So the first motion is to accept with regret Norm's retirement.
Okay, any discuss, Kathy Calhoun, your hands up?
Yeah, I just have a question more on process, and if it's out of order, I'm sure I'll be advised. But action items where no is not an option. For instance, this one with the retirement of Norm Auspice, and I'm very sad to see him go, and he's had an illustrious career. So this is no reflection at all on Norm. But we do tend to have action items on items where no is not an option. So I think maybe we might just want to think about that moving forward, probably not today. Do we really need these sorts of action items, or is it appropriate just to have it in the report as so that there's a record of it?
Okay, I think in the past, we've always
I agree.
made motions and
Nope.
and there's no reason you can't vote no.
No, I don't disagree that that is the way we've done it in the past. It was just something to think about for the future.
Sure. Yep. Anybody else? Rachel?
In this case, I think just out of respect for the judge, to get board acceptance of their request is the best thing we can do to honor them at this point. And actually, at one point, we had a committee chair that resigned. I voted no because for the same reason, out of respect for that person, I really didn't want them to resign. So although I knew that it was a fait accompli, so that's my position on it.
Anybody else? Okay, so is there any objection to the acceptance of Norm's retirement? Okay, seeing no objection by unanimous consent, with regret, we accept the retirement of Norm Auspitz and thank him for the many years of service he has given to CFA as a all-breed judge. Go ahead, Vicki.
Thank you, Daryl. Second motion, accept with regret the retirement of Vicki Abelson effective April 30th, 2021. And Vicki's statement from her resignation. I want to put retirement, not resignation. Vicki's statement on her retirement is below.
Okay, can I get a second for this one?
Can I just make a standing second to all of the rest of the judging action items?
That's exactly perfectly fine. Thank you, George. Okay.
Steve already did.
Yeah, Steve.
Did he do a standing?
He did.
Oh,
I did a standing a long time ago.
I apologize.
I didn't hear Steve's standing second. So, okay, go ahead, Vicki.
Thanks. We need to take the vote.
Okay. Is there any discussion on Vicki Abelson's retirement? Okay, any objection to accepting with regret the retirement letter from Vicki Abelson? Pam, did you have a comment? Delabar?
No.
Okay, you had your hand up in front of your face, so didn't want to overlook anybody. All right. All right, so without objection, the motion is agreed to, and we thank Vicki Abelson for her many years of judging behind the bench for CFA.
Thank you, Daryl.
Yeah.
The next action item has to do with 2 leave of absences. The first one is Laura McIntyre. Hers is not a medical leave of absence. Hers is more driven by the demands of her job. She is an essential employee and responsible for a staff. And she just does not have the time to devote to the judging program right now, either in her continuing education or in being available to judge. Though she certainly does not want to resign or retire at this point. And she has asked for a leave of absence that runs through April 26, 2022.
Okay. And okay, I'll ask you a question in closed session about that.
Sure.
Any objections to the leave of absence request by Laura McIntyre? Okay, hearing no objection by unanimous consent, the leave of absence for Laura McIntyre is approved. Go ahead, Vicki.
And the second leave of absence is a Japanese approved long hair judge. And I'm sure that this is due to inability to correspond with me in English. I received the request through the regional director of Japan, Yukiko Hayata. And the individual needing the medical leave of absence, Yuko Nozuki, has been copied on all the correspondence. She is requesting a medical leave of absence through June 1st, 2022.
Okay, any discussion on this request? Any objection to the request for a leave of absence, medical leave of absence for Yuko Nozuki? Okay, hearing no objection by unanimous consent, the medical leave is approved. Go ahead, Vicki.
Okay, just making notes. And moving on, I just have the guest judging program. It's a little lopsided here. We have CFA judges guest judging for other associations or putting on seminars, doing various functionality where they're relying on their CFA credentials. And some of these have already occurred, but the first section has got the CFA judges working in that capacity. And the second section, I don't have any unapproved or unnotified guest judging for CFA since those that were approved at the last meeting. So this is basically ones that I've approved, and then the board has final authority to approve these.
I have a question about that.
All right, thank you, Vicki. Rachel, you have a question?
Back in your approved judge report, we discussed a judge in February that I don't see a motion to drop that judge. We had to relicense, and that person has not responded to any of our requests. Would that be done in executive session, or shall we do it in open session?
I think it's executive session.
Executive session? Okay, I'd just like to put in a place marker then that we vote to not relicense that judge in executive
Yeah,
session.
Melanie Morgan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Daryl, and Vicki. I'd like to thank you for your great work on the judging program this last year. I have a question for you, and that's not necessarily related to the guest judges, but is related to the judging program. So I apologize for potentially addressing this to the wrong person, but given the current setup of the judging program, it's kind of unclear to me as to who the right person is. So I'm just going to put it out there, and hopefully you can take it from there or take it for what it's worth. I don't mean to be negative, but I was disappointed to see that there are no judging program summaries that I can see in any of the reports over the upcoming 3 days of meetings. In recent history, at least, certainly during my tenure and Annette's, and I think right before that, I'm not sure, Rachel could probably correct me on that. We have traditionally provided a comprehensive synopsis in June of the events in the judging program for the year, and it serves a lot of purposes that are very helpful for those of us who are trying to track things, because it puts in one easily accessible place the major judging program milestones such as advancements and acceptances, resignations, the passing of our dear friends, etc. And what it means is that when we're trying to track things and looking for historical data or verifying information, we can simply look pretty much to the June minutes rather than scanning through minutes for every meeting, which, as you know, this year we had quite a few, which means opening up a whole lot of different files. So it's kind of like what we do for breeds and standards. Pretty much you can open up February and get the majority of the major milestones on breeds and standards. So there's always exceptions, but the summary pulls it together. So in terms of my preferences, which may be irrelevant after tomorrow, but regardless, for the sake of the board and anyone who might need those placeholders, I would request that moving forward, the judging program provide a yearly update on major milestones as we've done in the recent past.
Rachel, you're recognized.
Thank you.
That's a great point, Melanie. That was always done during the delegate meeting. Is that what you're referring to, that report?
Understood. Yeah.
So, yeah, and this year, because we have such an abbreviated delegate meeting where committees were actually discouraged from having a presentation, I think that the program just backed off on that this year. But having been said, perhaps going forward, we can implement that, or maybe they would even choose to supplement this year's report with something to include. So point well taken, though.
Melanie?
And hey, Darryl, one quick other thing. Rachel has done a phenomenal job of keeping a comprehensive spreadsheet on every judge from like the beginning of time. It's really an incredible document. I updated it through my time, and I hope that the current regime is doing as well. But this type of endeavor helps with all of that. So, enough, but thank you.
Okay. All right, any other comments?
Try.
All right, thank you, Vicky. Let's move on to Associate Judge Committee. Ann Mathis, you're recognized.
Okay, I'm here. I didn't think I was presenting mine, but I certainly can read it.
Well, you don't need to read it to us. Just give us a brief synopsis of what you're doing.
Okay, we are midway through training the people in Malaysia. They've done, I believe, 3 weeks. We will finish up breed presentations next weekend and then start into handling in July. The application is ready to be sent out. Thank you to the board for allowing me to do that to get the second round of Chinese started. We continue to, I rewrote pre-test. I continue to update the materials. And I have really good coaches this time. I added a bunch of coaches to make it a little less work for all the other people.
Okay.
If anybody has questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Rich Maston, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Darryl. Thank you, everybody, to the judging committee for all the work that you all do and everybody that's helping them. And I do have a question relating to the associate judges. What happens to the associate judges when the CFA judges, the licensed CFA judges, can travel in and out of China freely?
Darryl and I talked about when that happens, perhaps saying they could only use 2 associates, like they can only use 2, the same percentage as guest judges. They don't get completely shut down, but they can't do whole shows with just associates at that point. That needs to be written into a motion, I guess, but I haven't done that because I don't think we're anywhere close. But that was the idea, was to keep them, and there are, I can talk, there are provisions made for them applying to the regular program. They, if they want to become a regular judge, they have to apply in the same manner as anyone else.
Rich?
Yeah, so if it's appropriate, can I request that the judging committee work on presenting something to the board for the August meeting, maybe, so that we can start to think about what happens just in case things start to open up in China within a matter of weeks. It may be months, but things are opening up.
I have no problem with that.
Okay, thank you. Melanie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Darryl, and thank you, and all the coaches who've worked so hard on both T1 and now on T2. I know this has been quite the task, and you guys have done a superb job. I guess my question goes back to the discussion that we brought up when we were looking at ratifying the motion, which is, all right, fine, you're moving forward with T2, but what are the plans for coming up with more comprehensive and detailed guidelines for this program if we're going to be hopefully rolling it out and looking at it as an ongoing endeavor for CFA?
Is that a question for me?
That is a question for you, yes. What I mean, to me, that's the next step.
I agree. I mean, I have no trouble putting a document together. We didn't put minimums in the application until we added the 4 years. Because at that, when this proposal was written, we had no idea who would apply and where and how qualified they would be. And I hated to say, you have to have this many years, you have to have this, you have to have this, and then no one meets the qualifications. Certainly in China, that's not an issue, and it certainly wasn't in Malaysia. So it might be time in the future to add some more minimums in there, so that they understand that if they don't qualify through that, they don't need to apply.
So
Well,
Melanie.
and not just minimums, but guidelines. Yeah, guidelines much like we have.
Okay.
So Melanie, can you work with Ann and come up with something and present it alongside Rich's request that how do we switch over once the C of H?
Yeah.
Okay.
Rich?
Yeah, Daryl, thank you. I
I'd
do
love to,
have
sure.
I do have another question relating to when things open up in China. Ann, do you have any idea how many judges outside of China are willing to fly in and out of China once it opens up? Is that important to find out to help determine the course of what's going to happen with the associate judges?
It might be something to ask, and not just China. I mean, the other Asian countries that have shows. I guess we might need to check on who would be willing to go. I have no idea when they're going to open up, but who at this point would be willing to make that trip?
Okay, thank you.
Pam Delabar? You're muted.
Daryl, I will raise my hand properly on Zoom. I was just waving to Ann saying, yes, I'm ready to go anywhere. Let me go anywhere.
Agreed.
You're ready to buy your ticket.
Me too.
I've got a ticket to Thailand for December. We'll see how that goes. But I am
Cool.
to the States in another couple of weeks.
All right. Good deal. Anything else, Ann, or any board member want to ask Ann any questions? I think Ann's done a great job. I know Melanie gave the original guideline for this, and Ann's worked on it and developed it into a great training program. I participated in T1, but it just took up so much time. I couldn't participate in T2. So anyway, I'm still on the list, and I get the invitations, but I haven't had time to attend any of them yet. So anybody else questions for Ann? Okay, thank you, Ann. Is Barb Yeager signed on?
I don't see that she is.
Okay, Barb has no action item for her BAOS report, but it's here. So let's go on to education and mentoring, and that's Loretta Ba.
Good morning. Seems like we're very appropriate in timing. Rachel sent out the information on the professionalism for trainers, which is in essence a train the trainer course. I hope you've had a chance to look at it. I just have a few comments. We did a run through last Friday. The presentation will take about an hour and maybe longer depending on the amount of participation we receive by the students. Keep in mind, this training needs a lot of interaction on everyone's part. The slides are intended to address certain areas and to act as discussion points. It's not something that should be available for independent study. The more discussion, the better. When judges register for the course, they will be sent all pertinent evaluation forms, the evaluation template, and sample evaluations. After the run through last week, we added several points for emphasis, none of which alter the course content. Under session 3, continued goals, we added a line that said the first session sets the stage for the rest of training. Under ways to take over without embarrassing, we added a line that says trainees may use opposite hands or turn a cat in different direction than the trainer. Remember, there is more than one way to do things. And the final addition was on the moving forward session. And we simply added, it is helpful to remember Supervised color classes are learning experiences. Solos are for evaluation. We're asking to be able to start offering this course immediately. We have a long list of judges who have indicated their willingness to serve as trainers. Many of them will be first-time trainers. We're requesting that for first-time trainers, the course be mandatory. We also would like to encourage all trainers to take the course and feel it would be appropriate to offer 3 continuing education credits to all judges who take the course, and is agreed with those number of credits. Our plan is to offer the course every 3 months for the first year, then twice yearly after that. It may also be possible and feasible to offer this course in conjunction with a show as things continue to open up. I want to again thank Kathy Hoos for her time, her effort, and her expertise. She has invested a lot of time in this project. I want to thank you for your consideration and hope that we can move forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Loretta. I was one of the people that was in on that beta test, and it was excellent. Kathy Hoos is a excellent nurse educator, and she applied that talent to this, working with Loretta, and it's very, very top notch. Any questions for Loretta? Okay, so Loretta.
Daryl had my hand up.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Pam.
Just one thing, Loretta, I did not get to be involved with your beta testing because I had another Zoom meeting going on at the same time. Don't forget the principle of primacy and recency when people learn. And you always remember your first kiss, and you usually remember your last one. So that is one of the educational principles that we have to remember when we're training people and educating people. Just wanted to bring that up.
Thank you.
Okay, so Loretta, you didn't include an action item in your.
I wasn't thinking when I sent this in, so.
Yeah, okay, so I need, Rachel stepped away for a second, so I need someone to make the motion.
Delabar makes it.
Okay, and Steve has a standing second. All right, so is there any further discussion on approving this? Rachel's back now, so any discussion on approving this?
Can someone restate the motion before we discuss it?
Well, that is to accept the train the trainer program as presented. Is that good enough? Okay, Rachel agrees to that. And Pam, you okay with that motion, the way I stated it? Okay, Kathy Calhoun, you're recognized. You're muted, Kathy.
I apologize. Is this open for discussion now?
Yes.
I had just one question. It says that you were looking to have credits earned, perhaps 2 or 3. In this motion, should it be a number of credits?
We can add that.
I believe it should. I thought we had said 3, but if I did not indicate that, I'm sorry. We were looking for 3.
Thank you.
Pam, you okay with that? Adding participants who successfully do the course will be awarded 3 continuing education credits.
That comes under Vicky, so I don't think it's needed, but if you want to get this passed and accepted, it's not a problem.
Okay, Rich Maston, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you. Loretta, hi Loretta, great job on this. Thank you for putting this all together and whoever helps you. I do have a question. Is this going to be a requirement of the training judges? Because in your last paragraph, you indicate we hope to have many judges who are willing to serve as training judges attend. Is this a requirement or an option?
We are hoping to require it for first-time judges only. We have a number of people that have volunteered to train that had never done it before, and this is the purpose of putting this together, to give them some guidelines and a basis for what they need to do at that time. These other judges would not have to take it. If they want to take it for continuing education credits, that would be fine. But we really feel that the first-time trainees really, really need to take this. It's a lot of information there.
So then do we need to include that in the motion to help give you some support on this training program?
Yes, I would like to see a motion that it be mandatory for first-time trainers and that we do 3 education credits for everyone.
Then Daryl, is that an amendment to the original motion?
Yes,
Oh,
Pam Delabar.
let's make a separate motion for that. Let's get the program accepted first, and then we can add additional requirements after that.
Well, I think what we're doing is amending the motion. We're trying to make a comprehensive motion to cover everything. We can do it either way, but it's better just to go ahead and amend it, in my opinion.
Except we're going on and on and on over it and not moving forward.
Well, we incorporated, I don't remember, I think it was Kathy Calhoun who wanted the 3 continuing education points put in. So we all agree to that. Let's just, let's make an amendment so that we can vote on it, and then it'll all be all inclusive, and then we can vote on an amended motion. So is there any debate on including a requirement for initial judges acting as a training judge be required to take the case, to take the assignment? Does that meet your requirement, Loretta?
Yes, it does.
Rich, you okay with that?
Daryl, that works for me too. As long as nobody's objecting to it, then I don't see any reason why we don't include it all in one. Now, if we're going to have an objection to it, then I agree with Pam Delabar. Let's get this approved, and then we'll do the requirement. So,
okay. Is there any objection to the amendment to make it a requirement for those who have not been a training judge prior to accepting assignment? Okay, so hearing no objection by unanimous consent, the amendment is agreed to. So now we need to vote on the amended motion, which is to approve the program, award 3 points for anybody that completes the program, and a requirement that all initial training judges who have not had a trainee prior to accepting assignment be required to complete this course before they act as a training judge. Any objection to that amended motion? Okay, hearing no objection by unanimous consent, the amended motion is agreed to. Congratulations.
Thank you all very much.
And you guys can get started, and I would recommend you make a nice announcement on the judges list.
I will do that. Thank you again.
Thank you, Loretta. We appreciate your hard work, and please extend our congratulations to Kathy Hoos also.
We'll do that.
Thank you. You have anything else, Loretta? No, okay. So I think that is that Ellie, scroll up. Is that our completion? Oh, this is the slides. Most of the people have seen these slides that are on the board anyway. It's pre-noticed to you.
And as a liaison, I believe we're done with the judging program report, but I'd like to congratulate everyone on the committee for all the hard work that they have put in this year. This year is like no other with COVID, a complete change over the committee, everything. It was a ton of work, and everybody stepped up and did the very best job they could. So great job, everybody. Thank you.
Okay, our next item is a break. So let's see, what time is it? So it's 12:04. Let's 11:04 Central Time. So let's come back at 11:15. That'll give everybody 11 minutes to have a break. Okay, so we will resume the meeting at the conclusion of our break here. So order number 6 is protest. George Eigenhauser, do you have anything in open session to present?
No, sir.
Thank you, George. Okay, we'll move on to the IT committee. James Sembro, you're recognized.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Don't want to rehash everything, but looking forward to the genetics program picking up some steam here after we're done here with the annual. We've got a great team of individuals. We had our first meeting, and I think we're going to be able to really get that going well with some meetings afterwards. I would like to right now take some time to publicly thank Kathy Durdick and Desiree Bobby for work they've been doing IT related lately. They've really put a lot of work into a couple of things here that have really paid off in the long run. Only other thing, we have our new programmers will be starting on the people records and clerk status records, which is the last thing to come off of the HP by the end of this month. Looking forward to working with a new group of programmers and seeing some progress on that. If there's any questions on anything.
Rich Maston, you're recognized.
Thank you. Hi, James.
Hi, Rich.
Hey, I do have a couple questions for you. You have 4 items listed here with an estimated completion date of August 2021. I know you did this report probably last week sometime. Are we still on schedule for an August 2021 completion on all 4?
I believe so. The one, let's see here, the genetics project is, it's kind of that's in our hands right now. It's not in the programmers. So, we're working through those questions and stuff. The people consolidation and the clerk status, that's one project. That's what they're going to be working on. And so that really leaves the generating PDFs as a only other project that's not in that August timeline. And I don't really anticipate that being a huge project. So I think those are all viable.
Okay, great. And do you all have any additional financial needs for the genetics module than what we've already spent to date? Do you foresee that increasing?
Not drastically. Yeah, there may be some costs associated with the interface end on ECAT because we've made some minor changes to that, but nothing significant. Maybe $1,000, couple thousand, if that is what I would anticipate.
Great, thank you.
Okay, John Kalila, you're recognized.
You mentioned about working on the clerking program. This is maybe really not a question. Will it carry the email address of all the clerks? One of the reason I'm asking that is because we're having problem getting getting hold of some of the people with the service award that need to be addressed, so we will not have that problem in the future.
Oh, sure. Yeah, the clerk records tie into the main people database, we call it, and that already records email address. So we can keep those updated.
But it is going to be a mandatory field?
We've never made it a mandatory.
We need to.
We could for the clerk, yeah. Obviously,
Okay,
they usually contacted. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else have questions for Rich? I mean, for James. James, anything else?
Nope, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I ask the judging program committee people that are still logged in to please log out since you've given your reports? You can go back to the waiting room and still listen to the meeting.
No, they can't.
Oh, they can't?
They have to view it live on Facebook.
Oh, okay.
or
I'm sorry.
YouTube.
You have to go to Facebook and view it live, Ally told me. Okay, so the next item, central office operations.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Okay, nobody says no. So the first thing is the certified pedigree PDFs. The information is there. We are just about ready to move forward with sending out a PDF of a certified pedigree versus an email versus a mailed copy. The PDF will be an enhanced version. It'll look exactly like the PDF that you might be familiar with that you get in the mail. In addition, it will have a little electronic seal on it. So in many ways, it'll be better. Printed pedigree is still available for an additional fee of $20. Basically, it just covers the cost of the paper stock, the mailing container, and postage. So what I'm asking for is for the board to approve the additional fee of $20 for a printed version of the certified pedigree once we are sending out those high quality PDFs automatically.
Rachel moves.
Rich will second.
Thank you, Rich, and thank you, Rachel. John Colelli, you're recognized. John,
Sorry, hand's supposed to be down, sorry.
all right. Pam Delabar, you're recognized.
Aline, you know I'm going to have to vote against this. When this was brought up previously, I stated that in dealing with other associations, they require a paper copy. For about the same amount of what we're charging for pedigrees, other associations are giving much better product than what we're coming up with. And then we're asking for more money. And be honest, people, we are one of the right now most financially secure organizations in the world. It doesn't have to be in a mailing tube. It can be a folded envelope, but they need the paper copies for people to be able to buy CFA cats and register CFA cats in their associations. We've had this happen twice now, and thank you very much for getting out that one pedigree to Estonia, so CFA cat could be registered with FIFA. This, I cannot justify the extra expense, especially now, and Aline is aware of this, as of 1 July, we get charged in the EU value added tax plus fees for anything that comes in, like in a postage, in a mailing tube, because it is a product. And for Finland, to give you an idea, that's an extra 24%. So you add 24% onto 75 plus 20, $95, that's a bit of extra change. People are not going to buy CFA cats if they know that they're going to have to get a paper pedigree and then pay all this extra money for a product that can really not come up to some of the products that we're seeing from these other associations. I cannot back this. If somebody wants it not folded, then I could see charging for that rolled copy. If they know they're going to probably, if they're in the EU, be paying extra VAT and a fee. So as I said, I cannot support this. We should be providing our breeders and the owners of CFA cats. We want them to get CFA cats. I cannot support this. Sorry.
Thank you, Pam. Melanie Morgan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Daryl. I too am concerned. I'm concerned that to the end user, the perception with this proposal is that we're taking away value. Right now, for that same cost structure, they're getting a hard copy. Now, they may not need the hard copy, or they may need the hard copy, but if they do need it, we're now going to be charging significantly more. In fact, currently they're receiving the printed pedigree in the mail for that specified fee. And right now that if we make this change, we're saying it'll cost breeders anywhere from 27 to 80% more to get the same product that they've already been getting. Now, I understand many of the services that we offer are undervalued, and there's a lot of work that goes into doing all this, but this is part of who we are and part of our branding. So I would personally prefer to see us keep the cost structure the same, but offer options that they can opt into or out. One, a high resolution certified electronic pedigree, which can be delivered significantly sooner than a hard copy, or the standard hard copy that they've been getting now. I highly suspect that most people, especially those overseas who can use the electronic certified version, will opt for the electronic version just to get it quicker and sooner. But we will have at least given them the option and not put something out there where we're taking away a product that they are already getting or charging significantly more. I mean, an 80% increase on a 3-generation pedigree is fairly significant. We shouldn't be providing barriers to using our CFA product. We want people to want our CFA pedigrees, and we should be encouraging them to use those. So I have serious concerns.
Well, did you mute?
No,
We don't hear Melanie.
Melanie, you're muted.
That was it. I don't think I'll be supporting this as it's submitted.
Okay, Rachel.
Sorry.
Thank you. And through the chair to Pam Delabar, for use in of a CFA pedigree in another association, do they need the corporate seal on it?
Pam, you can
Yes,
answer.
they need an official pedigree.
Okay, so is the PDF version considered an official pedigree?
No.
Oh, okay, all right. But my suggestion was going to be to give an implementation date on the board action item, because this is being held up by programming. Perhaps we can, would it be helpful, Pam, if we did this fee structure after the programming is completed? And it says in here, August is the expected time, August 1. Would that help to solve that problem, or is this going to be a problem regardless?
This is going to be a problem regardless.
Okay.
All right. So, okay.
We've had this, Rachel, we just had this problem in Estonia. We had it earlier here in Finland, where we needed the pedigrees mailed out. So it's something that we're seeing. You know, we have 2 other major associations here in Europe. We want them to want our cats, but we don't need to throw up barriers for them to do so.
Okay, Rich Maston, you're recognized.
Yeah, if I can ask Pam and Mel some clarification. Did I understand you correctly that you said that it'd be okay to charge for an unfolded product?
Yes,
Yeah.
because it's a mailing tube, and that does cost more money to send.
Okay.
But
Hang on. Aline wants to clarify something here.
The cost between sending something flat or in a tube is inconsequential. Postage continues to increase. The weight's not much different. So, it's hardly worth an issue whether it's flat or in a tube.
Folded, not flat, but folded.
Folded, same envelope, folded. It's a flat package versus in a tube. It's almost the same thing.
Yep.
No.
Well, from our perspective, it is.
This is the envelope size that we get, or it can be this envelope size, or it can be this envelope size.
It's still
it can be
flat,
rolled to,
It's still flat.
So look, the feedback we have gotten from folded pedigrees, and we were folding 5 and 6 generation pedigrees because they're 11, 17 and they were folded, is that the fold obliterates the text. we have been sending out 3 and 4 generation pedigrees flat already. My concern is if we take an 8.5 by 11 and we fold it to fit in what we call a number 10 envelope, a normal size envelope, we will start receiving more complaints because now there's 2 folds in a piece of paper versus.
Except, remember, these other associations do not need 5 full pedigrees. They count the cat as part of the generation. So you get a cat plus the extra 3 generations. That is what they need for their registrations. They don't need the cat plus 5 generations or the cat plus 4 generations. They need the cat plus 3 generations to be able to register that cat in most of these other associations.
I think the point Aline is trying to make is if you fold that pedigree, it obliterates the text where the crease is. That's why they don't want to fold it.
I understand that, Daryl.
Okay, all right. Let Rich finish out his comments.
So can we then modify the action item for a fee for a unfolded, shipped flat or in a tube for $20? Would you be agreeable to that, Pam?
I'm seeing us charge extra for a product that other associations are giving just as good a quality, if not better, than what we are providing, and they're doing it for their fee. I could run downstairs and show you exactly what I'm talking about, but and bring up an example. But I just do not want to see us not being able to be competitive, especially here in Europe.
Rich,
it's going to go the way the board say. I am trying to give my input on how this looks over here with the other associations.
So Daryl, maybe what we need to do, and it's just a suggestion, maybe we need to look at what Pam is referring to from other associations. Pam, you made a comment earlier that I'm curious to know what it is that CFA can do better when you mentioned that other associations are giving a better product. Therefore, Pam may be right that our product could be overpriced or it could be underpriced, but yet it's not at the quality of other associations. Therefore, we may want to look at our current fees of each of the generations and what this action item is that Aline has presented to us. So we may not have enough information based on the comments that Pam's making.
Okay, Aline.
I've seen some of the pedigrees Pam refers to, and they're quite impressive. I frankly don't know how they do it at whatever cost they're charging. Their color, they're laminated. I mean, laminating equipment is expensive, especially when we're looking at an 11 by 17 piece of paper, which is a 5 and 6 generation pedigree. I understand what Pam's saying, that in certain registries, they don't count, or they count the subject cat as a generation, but we don't, we never have. You know, so our 3 generation is a 4 generation, et cetera, et cetera. You know, I've seen those pedigrees, they're quite impressive. If we were to move in that direction, we would be looking at a higher cost for our pedigrees. I mean, our pedigree prices have been pretty stable over the years. We provide a lot of information. That's mostly what people are paying for. You know, we're trying to keep our prices stable, not increase them. We find a lot of pedigrees are returned through the mail, especially some of our overseas ones. The addresses were provided are not correct. And we don't often hear from people saying, hey, where's my printed pedigree? So we're just trying to bring things in line.
Okay, George Eichenhausen, you recognized?
I'd like to explore Rich's suggestion that maybe we have two classes of printed pedigrees. One, a plain vanilla just for registering with a foreign association. Don't really care about what it looks like. Don't really care that it's folded up into an envelope. And then have a presentation style, something you could frame and put on your wall if you want, for a higher fee. But I don't think we have enough information to vote on this today either. And I'd like to suggest we table this to August. Give Pam an opportunity to present some alternatives.
Are you making that a motion to table?
Sure.
Steve, second.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second to table this board action item. Any further, Rich?
Well, I'm in agreement. And just to comment quickly on what Eileen said, that gave me greater concern when she said that other associations are impressive. When I hear that, that means CFA needs to be impressive as well, because we want to be proud of our product. So I'm all for tabling this.
Okay, any other discussion on the motion to table? Any objection to the motion to table? Hearing no objection, the action item is tabled. Go ahead, Ellen.
So the next item is a situation that happens very infrequently, at least at this time. But it was where a cat was registered as a regular CFA pedigree cat, transferred to the HHP registration because of a physical fault that appeared. The physical fault seemed to rectify itself, and now they would like to show this cat that was shown in the household pet back to pedigree competition. And I've given some background there. It's a Japanese bobtail, why it happened, and what has occurred. Rule 2.25 states in part that a pedigree cat with a CFA registration number can compete as a household pet, which they did after the registration prefix was changed, but states that this transfers one way and reversal is subject to the approval of the CFA executive board. Just so you know, in actual practice, we can't change the prefix of a regularly registered cat to HHP. Essentially, it just exists as an HHP registration and the pedigree cat registration. It's the way the system works. So what I'm asking the board is to allow this cat that was originally registered and shown in the kitten class to be re-registered and shown as a household pet, and transfer back to the premiership class. Anyone has any questions?
Yeah, I need a Rich.
I guess you need a motion in a second. So I'll make a motion, but I do have comments and may not.
Any seconds?
Okay, so the motion made by Rich, Kenny second. Go ahead, Rich, with your question.
Yeah, Eileen, I have two questions for you. How often has this specific transfer or re-registering of cats have happened, where it started with a pedigreed cat to a household pet and then now again to a pedigreed cat? That's question number one. And the second question is, I assume every time this same cat is re-registered, there's a fee, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And then the first question?
I don't have an exact number. We didn't do the research, but it's not frequent. Again, I don't have a number. It's not a common occurrence.
Anything else, Rich?
Well, if it's not a common occurrence, and maybe it has not happened in the past where this cat has been registered 3 times, are we possibly setting a precedent where we have people picking and choosing, going back and forth from pedigree to household pet back to pedigree? That's my only comment or concern.
Okay, Kathy Calhoun, you're recognized.
Thank you. My question is also on the re-registration. So it stated that the original registration number did not go away.
Correct.
So if the person still has the original registration number, use the original registration number?
Yes. We put a note in the cat's record that it has been re-registered as a household pet, but they would go back to using the same number.
So is there a fee or to go back to remove that flag?
No,
So
They've already paid 2 registrations.
correct.
okay, so there's no additional revenue.
No, there's not. And there's really no work on our end other than to.
No, I'm not advocating one way or another. I just wanted clarification.
There's no additional revenue to make this change.
Okay, John Kalila, you're recognized.
My question is, can this cat be shown as a household pet and the premiership cat the same show season?
That's a good question. There's nothing in the show rules, or we don't have any precedent to indicate that it couldn't. If this happened, excuse me, this could have happened in the middle of a show season. It just so happens that this was at the end of the prior show season, 2021.
We're gonna make sure they're not allowed to do that because that's double dipping.
Well, does somebody want to amend the motion to put a clause on that the cat can't, if the cat chooses to go into premiership, it cannot go back to household pet?
This cat's already in premiership.
When you say it's already in premiership, meaning it's been shown in premiership?
Hasn't this cat been spayed?
Sure, but that doesn't necessarily put the
Okay.
cat in premiership class. That happens when the cat's shown. It's a neuter. Or it's a male. Yes. He was neutered as a household pet.
Okay. So then he's not going to produce cats that have subluxating patellas and all that down the line. This is the end of the road.
Correct.
Okay. Rachel Anger, you're recognized.
Thank you. Can John explain why he believes this is double dipping? I just don't want to put barriers in front of people that want to show a cat in a CFA show. I don't see a problem with it. But if John does, I'd like to understand why.
Okay, Sharon Roy, we'll come back to John.
Yeah, just quickly, for Aileen, would this have been caught if they didn't come to you and say, can we go back to showing in premiership? Would you have caught it in central office with scoring, or could it have just done it on its own?
Eventually we would have. I don't know if we caught it immediately, but eventually we would have.
Okay.
Okay, John Kalila, would you like to unmute and answer Rachel's question?
I just don't like to see it, that's all. It's just a personal opinion.
Okay.
You don't have to agree with me. I mean, there's no problem here.
Okay, any other debate? Okay, no one wants to make a amendment to this? Okay, so I'll call the question. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, so the yes votes are Rachel Anker, Steve McCullough, Cindy Bird, excuse me, Pam Delabar, Sharon Roy, Carol Krasinowski, Kathy Dunham, Brian Mosier, Rich Maston, Kenny Curley, Melanie Morgan, Pam Mosier, Hayata San, George Eichenhauser, and Howard Webster.
Daryl?
Yes.
I couldn't get my hand up fast enough. I'm a yes.
Yes. Okay, take your hands down. All the no votes, please raise your hand. John Kalila is a no. Any abstentions? John, take your hand down. No abstentions.
So that carried.
So that's 16 yes votes, 1 no vote.
Okay, so the motion is agreed to.
Thank you, everyone, and I'm sure the exhibitor will be quite happy as well, and will extend their thanks. All right, my last item, it's just for informational only. item to give you an idea of where we are with site visits. You know, we're a little bit behind on proposing sites for future annual meetings, but there's no reason for that. So I won't go into any detail now. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to address them. But the bottom line is we will be back on track and be all up to date by the time we have our 2022 annual meeting in Louisville.
Okay, thank you, Ellie.
Thank
Okay,
you.
we'll move on to order number 9, which is the CFA Foundation. Carol Krasnowski, you're recognized.
Yes, this is basically an update report from the CFA Foundation. As you know, it's been closed to the public for quite some time due to COVID. The plans right now are to reopen the museum again on July 6th, which is a Tuesday. And as things start to open up and people start to travel more, we hope that everyone will add the museum as a destination so that they can visit and enjoy the memorabilia and the historical aspects that the museum has to offer.
Okay, anything else?
That's all I have. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Carol. We appreciate that. You have Kathy Black in the meeting.
I'm sorry, Kathy Black.
Yeah, she's next.
I don't see her here.
Okay, Kathy
Let's see.
Black, are you available?
No.
No. Okay,
Sure.
Carol, you're the liaison.
Yes, yes. This is also an update report. And it's exciting to see that we've had quite a few people requesting mentors, which is really exciting, especially with COVID having slowed things down quite a bit. So that's a definite plus and encouraging to see. And we also want to thank the regional coordinators and those associates that are working with the new exhibitors and helping to mentor these new people. And we encourage more people to sign up as mentors. And there is a link in the report to sign up to be a mentor. That's all I have.
Okay,
If anyone
good.
has
Thank you very
questions.
much, Carol. We'll move on to order number 11, which is you again, Carol, for the club applications.
Yes, we have 5 new club applications from China to consider today. I'll make a standing motion to accept all of them, reserving the right to vote no.
Rachel makes a standing second.
Okay. The first application is from Aisha Cat Fanciers Club. This club is located in Suzhou, a major city and economic center in southeastern Jiangsu province in eastern China. Suzhou has a population of nearly 11 million and is located approximately 60 miles to the northwest of Shanghai. 4 members are breeders with CFA category names, and all of the members are actively participating at CFA shows. 7 members have show production experience, and 7 other members have clerking experience. This is an all-breed club, and if accepted, the club plans to produce 2 shows a year in the Shanghai area.
Okay, Kenny, since Russell's not on, have you been in contact with him about any of these club applications?
Yeah, he's supportive of all of them.
Okay, great. Thank you, Kenny. All right.
And I would also like to add that the international division representative for China also supports all 5 of the
Okay,
applications.
thank you. Pam Mosier, you're recognized.
Thank you. I want to just make a comment about all the clubs. Basically, we have 89 clubs in the international division, which, and with these additional ones, which will make up 94. We have 22 clubs putting on shows this last year. 3 or 4 of those are not in China. I think that going forward, we need to put some kind of criteria on this. I mean, basically what we're doing is we're approving just paper clubs. I mean, because the clubs are not putting on shows. So I think that there needs to be some criteria in order for, for these clubs to just, instead of just coming on as paper.
Okay, thank you, Pam. Pam Delavar, you're recognized.
I can't say that these clubs are paper, and we have thrown a few things at clubs on putting on shows this year, especially how it affected the international division. What I would like to see from the ID is where we have clubs. You know, it's a nifty map with dots of where we have clubs. To see where our concentrations are. We know that we've got great concentrations of populations in several areas in China. But I want to also see how the ID is coming up with where are our clubs in the ID. Especially when we're looking at 5 new clubs in China. What is our saturation point of all the clubs that we have in the Shanghai area? What's our saturation point? How can we, you know, give these clubs the same scrutiny as we're giving the clubs in the US or in Europe or wherever? I want to see, it's just sort of a sit rep map of where we are in the ID.
So I think that it was Scott Hudson that put a map of the United States up with the clubs. So I will contact him later and confirm that it was him and see if he can come up with a dot of the world, basically, where our ID clubs are. Rachel, you're recognized.
Thank you. I admire Pam Moser's statement about doing something about paper clubs. I think that is one of the most longstanding questions in CFA. How do we get the very clubs that would be affected to approve that? And I know that Pam's point was we're accepting new clubs, knowing that some will turn into paper clubs. But this is a ongoing debate. What do we do about it? Yeah, I'd like to see us legitimize all of our clubs, but you know how? It's kind of a rhetorical question. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Kenny Curley, you're recognized.
Yeah, can you hear me? I'm not sure if I'm unmuted or not. Okay, I'm not. Okay, no, I understand the concern and I appreciate the concern. It does seem like we're loading up China with clubs. They can handle probably 3 times the number of clubs. And there are concerns that we're going to have to face down the road as far as legitimacy of not only the clubs in China, but also here in the United States and elsewhere. Not all clubs are created just to put on cat shows. We have breed clubs and several other reasons for which they're created. But to sound the alarm, this is something that I think all of us have thought about since we've been involved with the fancy. It is something that we should address sometime in the future, but I don't think we should take it out on this group.
Yep, I agree, Kenny, and that's a separate issue. So if you have a comment directly related to the acceptance of this club, then I'll recognize you. Carol?
Yes, I just want to mention quickly that about 7 or 8 China clubs were dropped on June 1st. So typically these things sort of even out a little bit over the course of the year. So I just wanted to make that additional comment, that's all.
Carol, that's an important point to make. Kenny, your hand's still up?
All right, I'll take it down, sorry.
Thank you. All right, any further debate on the acceptance of Aisha cat fanciers? Melanie?
Hi, I'm sorry, I got kicked out. I just came back in. I know that you want specific comments on this one club, so I'll make the comment that I have, but it applies to all of them. You know, I think that I don't want to discourage growth and expansion, certainly not in China, which I think is so important to us. But I do want to encourage people to work together and join existing clubs. China is a really large area, but I think as was brought up in the early discussion, there's quite a bit of overlap in areas like Shanghai, et cetera. And until we have a little more information on that, I am not comfortable supporting the number of clubs that we're bringing in. Thank you.
All right, let's vote on this club. All those in favor, raise your hand.
I'm trying to lower my hand, but I can't, by the way.
Okay, I won't call you then. Okay, so the yes votes are George Eigenhauser, Brian Mosier, Carol Krasnowski, Rachel Anger, Cindy Bird, Kenny Curley, Kathy Dunham, Rich Maston, John Kalila, Hayata San, Howard Webster. You'll take your hands down and the no votes, please. Okay, the no votes are Kathy Calhoun, Pam Mosier, Sharon Roy, Steve McCullough, Melanie Morgan. You'll take your hands. Oh, any abstentions? Pam Delabar abstains.
Oh,
So you can announce the vote, Rachel, when you have it tabulated.
yes, we had 11 yes votes, 5 no votes, 1 abstention.
Okay, the Aisha Cat Fanciers, welcome to CFA. Carol, let's go with number 2.
Okay, the next application is from China Kiwi Fanciers Cat Club. This club is located in Wuhan, the capital of Hubei province in central China. With a population of over 11 million, Wuhan is a major transportation hub in the region and an important center for finance, commerce, education, and culture. 7 members are breeders with CFA category names, and nearly all of the members are actively exhibiting at CFA shows. 3 members have show production experience, and 1 member has clerking experience. This is an all-breed club, and if accepted, they plan to produce 4 to 6 shows a year in Wuhan, Chongqing, and Fujian.
Thank you, Melanie Morgan, you're recognized.
This is an area where, to my knowledge, there are a number of clubs already accepted, and I would rather see them exploring the existing clubs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? All those in favor, raise your hand. So the yes votes are Carol Krasnowski, Cindy Bird, Kathy Dunham, Kenny Curley, Rich Maston, Rachel Anger, Hayata San, Brian Mosier, Howard Webster. You'll take your hands down. Those opposed to accepting China Kiwi Fanciers, raise your hand. Melanie Morgan, John Kalila, Pam Mosier, Kathy Calhoun, Sharon Roy, Steve McCullough. You'll take your hands down. Those abstentions. George Eigenhauser, Pam Delabar. Okay, Rachel, you can announce the result.
We have 9 yes votes, 6 no votes, 2 abstentions.
Was that everybody?
Yes.
Okay, so welcome China Kiwi Fanciers Cat Club to CFA. Carol, go ahead.
The next application is Fast Fish Cat Fanciers Club. This club is located in Shanghai, one of 4 direct controlled municipalities in China. It is situated on the Yangtze River, the Yangtze River Delta, actually, in the central area of the East China coast. Shanghai is China's largest city, and with a population of over 24 million, it is considered to be the world's 2nd most populous city. 3 members are breeders with CFA category names, and most members actively participate in CFA shows. 10 members have show production experience, and 2 members have clerking experience. This is an all-breed club, and if accepted, the club plans to produce 3 to 6 shows a year in Shanghai and Zhejiang.
Thank you, Carol. Any comments? All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, so the yes votes are Brian Mosier, Carol Krasnowski, George Eigenhauser, Cindy Bird, Hayata San, Kenny Curley, Rich Maston, Rachel Langer, John Kalila, Kathy Dunham. You'll take your hands down. And those opposed to accepting Fast Fish cat fanciers, raise your hand. Okay, Melanie Morgan, Sharon Roy, Pam Mosier, Kathy Calhoun, Steve McCullough. You'll take your hands down. Any abstentions? Pam Delabar abstains. Howard Webster abstains.
That would be 10 yes votes, 5 no votes, 2 abstentions.
Okay, welcome Fast Fish Cat Fanciers Club to the CFA family. Carol, next.
Next is Supreme Cat Fanciers Club. This club is located in Chengdu, a sub-provincial city in the capital of Sichuan province in southwest area of China. Sichuan is famous as the home of the giant pandas. Chengdu has a population of over 14 million and is an important and diverse economic area with a variety of industries. 9 members are breeders with CFA cattery names, and all of the members are actively exhibiting at CFA shows. 1 member has show production experience and 4 members have clerking experience. This is an all-breed club, and if accepted, the club plans to produce 4 to 6 shows a year in Chengdu and Fujian.
Okay, thank you, Carol. Any comments? Okay, those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, so the yes votes are Rachel Anker, Carol Krasnowski, Brian Mosier, Rich Maston, Kenny Curley, Ayata San, Cindy Bird, Kathy Dunham. You'll take your hands down. Those opposed? Oh. Kenny, are you opposed to this one? Okay. All right, the no votes are Melanie Morgan, Pam Mosier, Steve McCullough, John Kalila, Kathy Calhoun. Abstain? Raise your hands. Sharon Roy, George Eigenhauser, Pam Delabar, and Howard Webster.
So that's 8 yes votes, 5 no votes, 4 abstentions.
Okay, welcome Supreme Cat Fanciers Club. Next, Carol.
The last application is from True Love East China Fanciers Cat Club. This club is located in Shenzhen, a sub-provincial city in southeastern China that sits on the east bank of the Pearl River estuary on the central coast of Guangdong province. With a population of over 12 million, it is a leading financial center in the major metropolis that links Hong Kong to mainland China. 7 members are breeders with CFA cattery names, and nearly all of the members are actively exhibiting at CFA shows. 4 members have clerking experience. This is an all-breed club, and if accepted, the club plans to produce 1 or more shows a year in the greater Suzhou area.
Okay, thank you so much, Carol. Any discussion? True Love East China Fanciers Cat Club. Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand. The yes votes are Rich Maston, Kathy Dunham, Carol Krasnowski, Kenny Curley, Rachel Anger, Brian Mosier, Cindy Bird, John Kalila, Hayata San. You'll take your hands down. Those opposed, raise your hand. Melanie Morgan, Pam Mosier, Steve McCullough. Okay, if you'll take your hands down. Abstentions? Sharon Roy, Kathy Calhoun, George Eigenhauser, Pam Delabar.
And Howard.
Oh, Howard. Okay,
That would be 9 yes votes, 3 no votes, 5 abstentions.
okay. Welcome to True Love East China Fanciers Cat Club, to the CFA family. All right, Carol, anything else?
I just want to make a closing comment. While we have had a lot of new club applications from China, some of them on their applications have indicated that they've obtained an NGO license. And I'm not sure if those licenses can be shared by a number of clubs or if they're limited to use only by the one club. Perhaps Gavin or Ava could answer that question a little bit better than myself.
Okay, Gavin, would you like to answer that?
Daryl,
Yep.
we may want to talk about that in closed session.
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay.
good idea.
Thank you.
Okay.
Kathy
Thank
Calhoun.
you. That's all I have.
Okay, Kathy Calhoun, you're recognized.
Taking my hand down.
George Eigenhauser, you're recognized.
Yeah, at the beginning of this discussion, we talked about how it really wouldn't be fair to create new rules for club applications and punish the clubs that were here. But I think by the increasing number of abstentions we've seen on these votes, there are a number of board members who feel like they didn't get enough information to vote. There were some comments at the beginning that we really need to know where these are, where they fit in a map in relation to existing clubs, where they are in China. Some of us are not that familiar with China's geography. I would like to see more information on where these clubs are located in a visual way that I can understand, as well as the relationship to other CFA clubs in their area the next time one of these come up. And I would really appreciate having that information available.
Thank you, George. Pam Delabar.
At one time, we did do this before we had an international division, is where our clubs actually were. And at that time, there were 32 clubs in Portland, Oregon, which I thought was surprising. But if we got an idea where our clubs actually are, I think it would be nice to have worldwide. Now, Daryl, I don't know if you want to do another committee or if this is something that Scott Hudson could work with Dick Kalmeyer on. I think that this is information that board members would like, and I would, and that's why I abstained, because I don't know how many clubs we have in which areas that these new members are coming from.
Okay, Pam, I will get with Scott, and I'll probably have to have central office provide us with a list of the ID clubs and their location, so that he can plot those with his red dots like he did on the US map, and try to get that to the board before the next meeting where applications are going to be discussed. Okay, everybody okay with that? All right, thank you, Pam. All right, thank you, Carol, for that good report.
You're welcome.
And business order number 12 is Diversity Inclusion Committee. Kathy Calhoun, you're recognized.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I have a brief report. There's no action item here. I would like to just offer a huge thank you to the committee members. They have been outstanding. The amount of work and the ideation that's going on in that committee is just really impressive. And I also want to thank Eileen and Desiree for their work with the committee. That has been fabulous. We are particularly appreciative and proud of the fact that we have the diversity and inclusion statement on the banner of the CFA website that shows in the lower part of every single page. We're very happy, and we thank the board and all those who contributed to make that happen. That's it.
Okay, thank you so much. That's great news, Kathy. Let's go on to order number 13, which is the treasurer's report.
Daryl,
Yep.
I had my hand up.
Okay, I'm sorry. You never took it down from the last discussion, so.
Well, then I did, and then I put it back up.
Okay, all right.
Kathy, I just wanted you to know that I provided our diversity and inclusion statement to a friend of mine who is also working on coming up with a diversity and inclusion statement for their local government. and they were highly appreciative. So I just wanted to let you know that I shared your good work.
Great, thank you, Pam.
Yeah, we need all the love in the United States and around the world we can get. And so it's character, not color of skin, so, or sexual preference or whatever. So, okay, Pam, your hand's up. I'm recognizing you again. Oh, okay. All right, thank you. Kathy, you're recognized for the treasurer's report.
Okay, so everybody's had a chance to take a look at the treasurer's report. I'm just going to cover just a few top line items. The trends remain the same. I think particularly good news is that registration for the past season only declined 3.37%, which is like $40,000, which really means that CFA exhibitors, breeders, stay true to CFA, true to their programs, true to their cats. So we're really appreciative of that, and I'll talk about it a little bit more on tomorrow. So if you could just go to the next page. There's just an info chart there about registration and how it's come in on a monthly basis. Other key indicators, this has been sorted so you can see the few items or categories that continue to increase. And the items in red are those that are really impacted by the pandemic, and that story has not changed throughout the year. Okay, if we would just go up one more page. Publications remains, you know, one of the cost of doing business. We're doing a little bit of restructuring on the P&L to take salaries out of some of the publications because we don't hold other projects to that standard of absorbing the salary costs. And that was talked about earlier in the year. So you'll see those P&L start to right size a bit and give a truer picture. Okay, we roll up. Very impressed with central office. Central office has had over $243,000 of cost avoidance this year. They've really done a great job under Eileen's leadership and the entire organization to do what needed to be done in regard to furloughs, in regard to looking at opportunities to save money working from home. And I would say that through this time period, we have not seen central office miss a beat, whether they're in the office or outside the office. And $243,000 in savings or cost avoidance is very impressive. And we'll talk about that a little bit more on Friday. Okay, so we're going to roll down to the bottom, the last page. So the bottom line, and we can see how we get there. CFA will realize a profit of $553,000. Now, I just wanted to add just a couple of just bullet points to help folks to understand how did we get there in a pandemic. Well, first of all, ordinary income, again, back to registration, $39,000 off the mark. That's, you know, impressive. Overall, ordinary income was about $200,000 short of prior year. But one of the big things, and I don't want to steal thunder from a presentation coming up, but our unrealized gains and losses, we had, under Rich's leadership, the right decisions were made at the right time, and we have done out. The market's done well, and CFA has done outstanding from an investment perspective. So we kind of gained roughly $250,000 there. If you add in the cost avoidance from CFA's central office, roughly another $250,000. We have had programs. Now the downside of programs contributing to, you know, being less than prior year is because we had fewer shows, and a great deal of our programming cost is sponsorship. So we didn't disperse sponsorship funds because of the show. So, but it was an unfortunate consequence, but yet it still falls to the bottom line. And then I need to give appreciation to the board for converting and following the CDC guidelines and taking the stance of converting from in-person meetings to Zoom meetings. Tremendous amount of money was saved doing that. And I know it's not easy, and I know it's not ideal, but the boards, you know, stood up and made that happen. So if you take all those numbers and you roll it in, that's how the $553,000, the little puts and takes here and there, but that's how it happened. And great appreciation to the entire organization for making CFA strong and come through a very, very trying year.
Okay.
Are there any questions? Okay.
I don't see hands up. Thank you, Kathy, for a really, really great report, and what a fantastic bottom line.
Yeah.
Okay, you're next for the budget report.
Yep. And this is just to get the budget number into the record. There's no changes. There's no action item. We had it teed up for a prior meeting, but because there was no action item, we didn't want to present it. So it's here, and this just gets it into the record. The budget is in File Vista for anybody who wants the detail.
Okay. Any questions on the budget? Steve McCullough?
Who's Bob?
Bob is the certified public accountant who helps us close the books and has been very, very beneficial to the committee. He is local to Alliance, and so he can easily come into CFA. We had that role as an individual in the organization. It has been a savings, a huge cost savings to go to a third party outside. And I would very much say that we have increased in the talent of that position by going to the outside to a CPA who does this for, you know, a living. He's contributed massively.
All right, thanks.
Okay. And he saved us money. That's it. Any more questions? All right. Thank you.
Your hand's still up? Okay, thank you. Pam Delabar, you'll be happy to know I just got a text or a Facebook message back from Scott, and he's willing to help out. So what we got to do is send him a list, and he will create that worldwide map with those red dots on it. And okay, he just sent me another message. So can we get that?
What's his last name?
Hudson, Hudson. Okay. So anyway, shortly we'll have a map. As soon as he gets it created, I'll share it with the board, and then we'll present it at our August meeting so that everybody sees his wonderful work, and he gets some credit for that. So, all right, let's move on to the Finance Committee. Rich, that's you.
Okay, Daryl, thank you. I want to thank my committee members on working with me all throughout the year on the different projects that we have. Also want to thank Colleen for all her hard work. Kathy and I and Bob, the accountant, we meet with Colleen every month and review these financials, and we make sure things are in order, and we do our best to move things along. I also want to thank the board for making some of the tough decisions we had to make in this year. And I know they were difficult. And as Kathy pointed out during her report, financially, we had an amazing year. It didn't come easy. There was a little bit of luck to our investments, but there was a great deal of hard work on a lot of people's part in order to make this happen. So congratulations to all those that I mentioned, but I also want to thank our central office team. Our central office team worked under many different conditions, whether they work from home, they may have worked fewer hours or more hours, taken some personal time, or what have you. It was an effort by all different individuals to make this year turn out the way it has. So congratulations to CFA, and everybody should be proud of your accomplishments and what you've done. Okay, with that, I do want to mention that normally for this meeting, I have included in the report a summary of our insurance premiums for the new year. Unfortunately, that did not come through, and Aline and our broker rep, Scott Allen, we were on a Zoom meeting yesterday afternoon trying to get to the bottom of what the holdups are. And there are two holdups. One is our cyber coverage is under review by 6 different insurance companies. We've narrowed it down to 2. We just want to confirm our coverages and confirm the premium. The other holdup is I have and Aline, along with our broker, is questioning some of the premiums on the coverages. Preliminarily, the coverages on a couple areas are seeing some increases, 3 to 4%. And I've asked our broker to challenge that due to the limited activity we had this past year. Hopefully, we will have that information by the end of next week. I will keep everybody posted as soon as it comes. The good news is we're not proposing to lower any coverages at all. Our plan is to keep the coverages where they are and just evaluate what the premiums are going to be. So I just wanted to get that in, and that's why it was missing from the report. On page 1 here, Kathy did talk about our unrealized gains. Those are in our Wells Fargo accounts. And we have our long-term CD with another investment firm. Since May 1st, you'll be happy to know that our unrealized gains, our 2 Wells Fargo accounts, have increased an additional $25,000 since May 1. So it's nice. I was hoping to see a combined increase of $250,000 this past year, but you know the market fluctuates on a daily basis, and we missed it by a couple thousand. But we're still very proud of it. There's some information provided on last year's 2020-2021 show sponsorships. There's a review. We did have 15 regular show sponsorships awarded at $500 each that had canceled. And then there was 47 regular shows. If anybody has any questions on the show sponsorship, maybe we can take it after I'm done with the report, because I'm going to go back to the new show sponsorship for this year brief in a moment. I do want to report on the current total account balances as of yesterday morning. I do this at every one of these. Well, normally they're in-person meetings, but this is a Zoom meeting. As of June 16, 2021, our total combined balances are $3,109,388.55. Okay, now jumping back to show sponsorship, however, for the new show season. The sponsorships that are available are outlined here. What has been accomplished for the new year is Aline put a lot of effort into creating one request form for all sponsorships that CFA does. And we did go back and forth on this. There was no argument by me. I was all in favor of creating one, and she made it happen. So on the next page, Aline, is the request form. And it is there. We do have a new person handling sponsorships. That is Lisa. Her email address is included in my report. It's also included on this document. We do have the document available through the CFA website. The instructions are in my report. Hopefully we can sponsor everything that we have budgeted for the year, and I can come back to the board and request more funds, like I did 2 years ago. Does anybody have any questions for me?
Steve McCullough, you have a question?
Yes. Do you see a delay in issuing insurance for shows next month?
No, Steve, and thank you for asking that question about the insurance. I also did mention to Scott that you were going to present something to me for some equipment that your region has that he is aware of now, and I told him I'd get it over to him. So I do not foresee any issues with insurance coverage at this time, not at all.
All right, thanks.
Any other questions for Rich? Well, Rich, on behalf of the board and CFA, I want to thank you for the excellent job that you've done. And I know Kathy's been involved in some of it too, you know, for budget and stuff like that. You guys have done an absolutely awesome job. My hat is off to you. You've done, I can't thank you enough. So,
Daryl, thank you for the compliment there. Just want everybody to know it's not just me, it's a group of people, and sometimes they don't agree with me, sometimes I don't agree with them, but when we get to the bottom of it, we come to a nice conclusion and we all work well together, and it happens. So I couldn't do it without the people that I have to rely on. So, but thank you for that.
Thank you, Daryl. Thank you, Rich.
yeah,
Daryl.
as they say, it takes a village. And so you guys have shown excellent leadership, and I can't thank you enough. So I appreciate it. Okay, next is a lunch break, and we're scheduled for an hour. Is everybody okay if we shorten that to a half hour, and then we'll sort of, Pam says no. Okay. All right, so it is 12:28, so we'll resume at 1:30. Okay, we'll stand in recess for lunch. Okay, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. Business order number 16 is the CFA Legislative Committee. So George Eigenhauser, you're recognized.
All right, you all have the report, and unless you have some questions, I'm ready to move on to the next one.
Okay, anybody have questions? All right, go ahead, George, with your next Every Cat Health Foundation.
Next one is Every Cat. I assume you've all read the report. Every Cat is going to be meeting again next week. We're having our annual meeting, so hopefully we'll have some updates. But for now, this is what we've got. So if anybody has any questions, I'm willing to answer.
Okay, George, I don't see any hands up. Thank you for your reports. Desiree, we're ready for marketing.
Is she there?
Desiree, you're muted.
Do you want to move ahead to the clerking program? I'll check with Desiree.
Yeah, okay, we'll move on to the clerking program and then come right back around to marketing. John Kalila, you recognize for your clerking program report.
As you can see, I have two tables here. The first one shows you where our clerks are in the region. Some region we somehow need to encourage more people to get into the clerking program. And then since we have a season that not that many shows, those are all the cooking schools that we have. Last show season, we have a couple of first. We have an actual Zoom cooking school taught by 4 people in the States with, and then we have another first. We have a Zoom cooking school that taught in China, which starts at midnight our time and 12 their time. It was a long night. It's doable, but it certainly was a long night. It was like 6.5 hours.
Okay.
And the next thing I would like to mention that greatly appreciate a few people helping the clerking program to get the service awards pictures taken care of. We had a lot of problem because some of the clerks have no pictures, so we have to actually swipe it off from somewhere. And then a few people jumped in. I need to thank you, Vicky Nye, Carmen Johnson Lawrence, and Carolyn Jimenez for volunteering some of the pictures. It's working with Bethany put it together. It was quite a chore. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, Steve McCullough, you're recognized.
I have a quick question. Where did you get your data from? Because I have more than 3 clerks in my region. I have 3 master clerks.
Hang on, I'm losing you. Hang on.
Okay.
I got it from CFA, list of clerks.
Let Aline.
And we go with licensed clerks.
Yes, these are licensed.
Yeah, I have more than that. I've asked them. I have 3 in a car right now in Texas, and they want to know why they weren't counted in.
Well, that's what was shown that I counted.
Okay, just curious.
They should.
Yeah, it was not an easy count. Let me tell you, it's all jumbled up. Kind of.
Okay, Steve,
Alrighty, thank you.
They need to contact Shirley Den.
Okay,
Okay, make sure that they're recorded.
thank you.
Okay,
You're
anything
welcome.
else, John?
No, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Is Desiree on yet?
No. I don't know what happened.
Okay. All right, so we apparently don't have Desiree on right now, so let's go on to the virtual cat competition committee. And is Iris on?
Yes, she is.
Okay, Iris, you can unmute and talk about your report.
Okay, well, we wanted to take this opportunity after not submitting a report for several months to let you folks know what we have been up to. We have been unbelievably busy. And we finally got around to making some primarily housekeeping changes to the VCC guidelines, which we hope you had a minute to take a look at. They are more for clarification and housekeeping than anything else. And as with anything that is getting invented from the ground up, the first time through, there were some things that weren't completely accurate and we just needed to clean it up a little.
Okay, Kathy Dunham.
Yes, I'm just wanting to make the motion to accept the action item.
Okay, and
Steve, second.
okay, thank you. All right, discussion on approving the VCC guidelines. No comments. Okay, any objection to the approval of the adjustments to the virtual cat committee guidelines? Okay, I hear no objections by unanimous consent. The guidelines are approved. Thank you, Iris, for that. You have more to.
Just to mention that our next show goes live for entries on Sunday, and it is up on the platform in case anybody wants to take a look at it. It's a fundraiser for the Wild Rose Cat Club, and I am co-sponsoring as Siberian Breed Council Secretary. We're having a specialty ring for Siberians, and other breed councils might want to take note that this can be a really good opportunity to bring together your breed and get some exposure.
Okay,
That's all we have.
okay. Thank you, Iris. Appreciate the report. George Eigenhauser.
And I just wanted to make one comment. There was apparently a problem accepting PowerPoints. I just want to point out that there are a number of websites online that if you're really, really, really in love with PowerPoint, you can convert your PowerPoint to an MP4, and then it would be uploadable.
That's helpful to know. Thank you, George.
Desiree is on.
Okay. Okay, are we finished here, Iris?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. We're going to go back and pick up marketing. Desiree, Bobby, you can unmute and give your report, please.
Yep. Hi, I'm here. I apologize for that.
That's okay.
Okay, so a few things that we've been working on. One, we're looking, you'll see later in the report about the new website, but we're looking at different things that we can do to help the clubs grow, since the only way really to get into CFA, since you can't be a member of CFA, but you can be a member of a club, we find that it's really important in the life cycle of participating in CFA to become a club member. So what we did is sent a survey out to other clubs to see if they are interested in having new members, and if so, in what way can we support them? One of the things we're thinking about that we could do on the new website when we revamp it is advertise, or at least list the clubs on the website, and then provide an online application for people to actually join a club online. So we're just in the initial stages of considering that, but a survey did go out asking what clubs thought of that. So we had 28 clubs say, 108 clubs say that yes, they would like to have new members. And out of those, 28 said yes, they would like to have online applications, and then 50 were unsure. So I think what that means is we just need to, look at it more and help define what that would look like and explain that to the clubs. But surprisingly, there was 48 clubs that said no, they wouldn't be interested in having people sign up for, being members of the club online. So I'd like to maybe do a little bit more research into that to see what the reason for that would be. The Find a Breeder website is now live. The Find a Breeder website is the breeder referral service that we're also we have had for a long time. This has been going on for a long time, this project. Actually, Mark Hannon and Teresa Sweeney were my champions for it a while back, and it took a long time to find the right solution, get it into testing, then move it over to the CFA platform, and then transfer all of the existing ads over. So it is live now. All the old ads have been transferred over. People who do not yet have ads can sign up now for 1 or 2 years. Any CFA registered cattery that has had a litter registered within the past 2 years is eligible for that. I'm sorry, my hand won't leave me alone. So let's see, another project, the CFA brand guide, that is completed. So those of you that were on the board back when we got approval for that, it took a while because of COVID, and our agency that we worked with on that was a bit behind, but we did finish it. We're in talks with the DEI committee right now, because we're taking a look at how we speak to the public and how we present our brand. So together we're looking at that. We're not going to yet release it to everyone until we determine if it has the right message. So all the work that we did pay the agency to do has been completed. Part of their deliverable is all the source files. So if we want to change anything in the book, of course, which could change at any time, we have ability to update that, and Teresa Kiger would be doing that. Then let's see, the CFA new website that we've been, we are approved the budget for this year to take care of that. We had interviewed 9 potential agencies. Marketing, along with DEI by our side, interviewed 9 different companies. And the reason for that is, again, so we can take a look at our brand from a DEI perspective as well. So we did interview 9. We picked a handful of those. I think it was 4 that we would like to invite to submit proposals for. So that right there is just a little snippet of the RFP that speaks specifically to the website. So the action item I have for today, in speaking with, again, the DEI committee about, the future of our brand and our website and everything that goes along with it, we want to make sure that everything that goes out, that our voice and all themes is consistent within all of our brand materials, the website, social media, any printed materials. So that includes really our voice, the messaging, the way it looks, the colors, just the whole way CFA is represented in any materials that go out to the public. So in speaking with our group of people who are the different committees, marketing and central office and DEI, we thought that it'd probably be a good idea to stop creating things right now, at least put a pause on them until we really know what the CFA brand is going to look like. So my action item is to consider pausing projects that include development of digital or print materials that represent CFA's brand. If there are things that are already designed, of course, we can replenish if someone needs to replenish their stock for that. But actually, the design work or the expensive printing, and maybe that's I'm not sure how to determine really which ones we would pause and which ones we would continue. But I would look to budget Kathy Calhoun to help determine that.
Daryl,
Yes.
I so move.
Okay. Second.
Rich will second with maybe some questions.
Thank you. Pam Delbar, you're recognized.
Desiree, did you have access to our first branding guide?
Yes, I did. Yep.
Okay. I was just wondering that if you had the chance to get your hands on it, since it was in existence since about 2005, I think. Thanks.
Rachel Anger.
Thanks. Just to be clear, the motion is the sentence that says pause projects that include development, so on and so forth. Just that sentence.
Correct. The sentence, the paragraph above it is just a little bit of background information.
And the next sentence is going to be a different action item? Part of the same.
Yes, I think it's part of the same, really, because I think if you just say, if it's voted on pausing projects, well, we have to kind of define which projects those are, whether they just, fall under a specific umbrella or if we speak about specific projects in the works already.
So yes or no is the sentence that starts identify which projects also part of the motion?
Yes.
And the next one, if for print, allow for the replenishment of material stock?
Yes, I would think that was kind of just a little addition to identify.
Okay, you froze up there for a second, Desiree. Can you repeat what you just said?
She's got bad Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Unless you think the if for just a little addition, or it could be something to vote on. Again, I would look to the budget committee to help me, determine, if it's 3 items or if it's really 2 items.
Ally.
I just want to clarify that. we may not know at this time exactly who's working on what. We become aware of it. Sometimes we become aware of things when we're contacted and asked, hey, who can I get this printed from? Or I need the logo, or I need something because I'm creating whatever that might be. So we may not be able to list in today's motion exactly which projects might be affected by this pause.
Okay, Rich Maston.
Yeah, a couple things. Maybe Kathy Calhoun can restate the full motion because I know Desiree was breaking up and I didn't get it. Additionally, Kathy, when you do restate the full motion, you may want to emphasize new creative design, not necessarily existing design. As Aline said, we are not exactly sure who needs what, and they can produce the old stuff. We just don't want them going out there creating new stuff.
Okay, Kathy, you're recognized. You want to state?
Yeah, I can, let me work on restating the motion, but I just wanted to give the board a little bit of the background around the discussion. We don't know from a marketing perspective, what companies may be able to offer. So there could be a complete redesign. There could be a new logo. There could be a whole different feel of the website. So what we don't want to happen is that committees that have approved budgets, because we approved budgets for this season back in April. So what we don't want committees to do is to spend money on developing new materials that may be shortly obsolete. If in fact they have a need to replenish existing materials, that is in the scope of things that could be done. What we would rely on if this passes is for the board liaison for these committees to communicate this to their committees, so to their chairs, so that they would be aware that they need to contact central office, and we can have discussions about what would be approved to spend and what would not, because we just don't want to waste money on materials that may be obsolete. And we really depend, we're going to heavily depend on the liaisons to get that message across.
Okay, are you prepared to state the motion now, Kathy?
So let's say the motion would state, request to pause the creation of new CFA branded materials, comma, replenishment materials of existing designs would be evaluated on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, is that okay with you, Rich?
Yeah, that's good. That works.
Okay, thank you. Melanie Morgan, you're recognized.
Thank you. I've had the opportunity to sit in on some of these proposals that with the companies that they've been talking to. And I can tell you that depending on which way marketing and our DEI committee decides to go, there's some really exciting opportunities potentially coming our way for the first time to really start to unify our branding out there. So putting a pause on putting any resources into something new makes a lot of sense, because again, depending on which company we go with, it really may cross across, their skills may cross into many of the different areas we go. And right now, I think one of the drawbacks we have is we've got a lot of people who are very committed to CFA and very excited, and each individual committee comes up with their own identity. And as a whole, CFA needs to have one identity, one message, one brand. So this is really, really a huge step in the right direction. And I applaud the efforts to create that cohesive marketing initiative. And I fully support this.
Thank you. Kathy, your hand's up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's take it down.
Okay, any other questions about the motion? Okay, it doesn't look like there's any objection to this, so I'll call for unanimous consent. Is there anybody that objects to the motion? Hearing no objection by unanimous consent, the motion is agreed to.
Thank you.
Okay, do you have anything else for us, Desiree?
No, that'll do it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Okay, next on the order of the day is the Modernization Steering Committee. And the chair is Leanne Rupie. And I have sent her a text and I have emailed her.
She's not in the room.
She's not in the
No.
room. Okay. Gavin, are you able to present this report for Leanne?
Gavin is here. He's on mute.
Gavin, can you unmute? Okay, so let's move on. We'll come back to this one. Mike Altschult for New Club Guidance Committee.
Hi, everybody.
How you doing?
Good. So this won't take very long. This is kind of my first report to you all, so I just wanted to provide a few things, what's going on. The welcome letter, and then I'm writing the effective show management and a couple parts for Cat Talk that and there's a cattail there, sorry. I am writing the effective show management for Cat Talk that I have provided parts 1 and 2 to all the new clubs. By the way, there are the clubs I've worked with, there's about 59 clubs so far, and 25 of them are in ID Other, 17 are regions 1 through 9, 9 in region 9, by the way, and 17 were in China. Now, that's not counting the 5 that got voted in today. So that's, I had to take that all the new clubs were coming from China, but that has not been the case the last year. That has nothing to do with what I do, but I just thought I'd pass that on. But I'm not limiting my help to new clubs. I've been helping a lot of other clubs that are older clubs. Maybe they haven't put a show on for 10 or 20 or 30 years. And there's some of those starting back up and want to do some new shows. So I'm trying to help them. I do want to thank Carol Korneski for passing on every time we vote in some clubs with the contact information. I also have sent the what I send the new clubs to Eva, Gavin, Kenny Curley, Pam Delabar, Bob Zenda, and Russell Webb. I think that's all the ID and pretty much overseas stuff. And of course, all the RDs got it from this committee meeting, board meeting I just doing right now. So in the future, we are going to have a mini version along with finishing part 3, which will be the end of the effective show management. We just need the last week done. I have not heard back from really any people overseas. I don't know if they think I'm some crackpot or something. So if the ID people that help them can let them know that we're available to help them, not just with contact information, and the letter I sent out had 20 different links to kind of unravel the CFA website for them, where they go to find things about their club, but it also had the show information. And we're offering help, but if they can let them know that if they need any help, to come to me. We have a couple Chinese speakers. Also, I don't know if we need to translate things into Chinese yet. We have not done that. So I just, that's a possibility. And that's about it. And I'm open for any questions.
Okay. Well, in your report, you've got about effective show management and stuff like that. It's really well put together, Mike. And I know it took a lot of work.
Thank
and we really appreciate it.
And I should say Teresa Kiger is a co-author on that also, so I should give her some credit on it too. So she worked really hard on that.
Okay.
So yeah, those links right there that they're running across the screen, they're kind of cool. They're kind of cool for anyone, because those are kind of the main things that clubs need to find. So I thought that was kind of interesting. We also have a Facebook page that's right now called CFA Show Support and Assistance. We may eventually put clubs in there also. So yeah, there's some of the effective show management article. We tried to get everything in there that we could. We're going to eventually make a mini kind of checkoff version of it too, as clubs come up. So thank you, Daryl. Any questions though?
Anybody have any questions for Mike? Pam Delabar, you're recognized.
No question, but Mike, this is a really phenomenal effort on your part. My thank you. You
Thank you,
just made
Pam.
my job easier.
And Pam, I have not heard from any Region 9 clubs, so I would encourage you to encourage them if they need any help, that we're here just waiting to help. So they may not know me for Adam. I did say I was the CFA chair and put a little CFA logo on the email and everything, but no one has really asked for a lot of help so far, except in the US. I've been helping quite a few clubs in the US. So
We haven't had shows yet, Mike.
yeah,
So,
that's
okay.
true. A good point. Good point. Thank you, Pam.
Okay, anything else, Mike?
Nope.
Keep up the good work. This is fabulous. We love it.
Thank you, Daryl.
Okay, so let's go on to Youth Feline Education Program. Kathy Dunham, you're recognized.
Thank you. The report is fairly short. In April, we concluded a virtual youth feline education program contest. We had 4 participants, all of the 4th grade level. Daryl Newkirk and Jackie Bennett as CFA judges, as well as myself as the board liaison for the program, judged the presentations. We did send out the prize money for that. I do have one action item to make a motion to accept with regret the resignation of Rich Nolte as the program chairman.
A second.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay, any objection to accepting the resignation of Rich Nolte as committee chair? Okay, hearing no objections by unanimous consent, we with regret accept the resignation of Rich as YFEP committee chair. Okay, Kathy, you have anything else?
No, that'll be it. Thank you.
Okay, I was just getting ready to email Kathy Black to see if she was gonna join us. I still haven't heard from Leanne Ruby. And Kathy Black is not on, is that correct, Ellie?
She is not on, correct.
Okay, all right, so let's move on to animal welfare, BAP, BPR.
Daryl, it's Carol. I
Yes.
don't think Kathy Black got the link for the meeting. Could Eileen send it to her?
Yeah, and just so people know, if somebody doesn't specifically request the link, I don't automatically send it.
Yeah, I don't think she got it because she wasn't on for the mentor, so I don't think she got that link. If you could send that to her, she'll probably come on for this.
Okay, great. Well, let's do animal welfare and then we'll try to get a hold of Leanne and get a hold of Kathy to come on. I hate to bypass the chairs to give their reports. Is Steve, is Charlene available? Do you know?
You didn't get a link either, but I can present it.
Okay, all right.
We're kind of getting in the hole, helping everybody out. So we're asking the regions for 2,000 to 2,200, and hopefully they'll get us back in the black. We've had a lot of COVID-related cats, like all the animal shelters. Everybody's going back to work now. They're dumping them. It's a big problem. We've had a fundraiser that Jan Rogers did with Pampered Chef that got us a lot of money. We appreciate that. And if you have any questions, fire away.
Okay, anyone have questions? So you don't have any action items, is that correct, Steve?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. Okay, I don't see anybody's hands up. So let's move on to reports of special committees. And Rich and Eileen, you're up for the virtual annual committee meeting.
Hey, Daryl, thank you to all the members for the committee. And I want to thank you all and for the time and special thank you to the co-chair, Eileen, for all she has done along with and for all she and her team will do this week. So thank you very much, Arlene. And because you do such great work, you get more work. I'm going to turn this all over to you.
Yeah, I really don't have much to add. The report's already there. I just did want you to know that we had almost 100% participation from the delegates checking in on Tuesday. We were really quite surprised, I have to admit. We were a little concerned after all the practice sessions, if this was really going to work out. Tuesday, we had people lined up in the Zoom meeting room, just as we have people lined up at an in-person annual. So we were very, very pleased and are very optimistic about delegates logging in to access the roll call vote tomorrow morning. And that's about it, unless there's any questions.
Okay, Pam Mosier, your hand's up.
Yes, Arlene, how many delegates checked in? Can you give us the count, please?
299.
That's how many checked in?
Yes.
Yes.
I thought that I thought that we had to have 256.
Well, we had 299 delegates check in on Tuesday. So
That's what I was asking.
oh, are you asking the number for a quorum based on? Okay, so we had 299 delegates checked in, way over the quorum number.
That's what I was asking. Yes, thank you.
There were 304, Pam, total, and 299 of those registered.
Okay, and I have,
Four
can I
did
ask,
not from Japan and one did not from China.
okay, can I ask another question, please?
You sure can.
Okay, when we are doing the voting, will we, how will that work? Will we see up on the screen how many yeses, how many noes, and how many abstentions on each one of the, what we're voting on, our amendments? That's what I'm trying to say.
You want me to take that? No. It was determined, I believe at the last board meeting, that that information, all that detail was not going to be on the screen. We will be announcing the yes votes, basically whether an item passes with the 2/3, 50%, or if it, of course, if it fails.
So you won't be announcing like there's 200 yes votes, 400,
well,
50 no votes and so many abstentions?
We will have, once everybody checks, does the roll call tomorrow morning, we will know how many clubs are in the meeting. At that point in time, credentials will tell us what a 50% vote is and what a 2/3 vote is. So for anything to pass, it's either 50% or it's 2/3. So we'll announce the yes votes because that's what counts. Nothing else counts. There will be an option for people to abstain and vote no, but those don't matter. What matters is the support it gets. If it gets the 50% or the 2/3, we will announce what the yes vote is and that it passes or it fails.
Okay, so on so you're going off of actually the people that check in, that's the roll call on whether how many are there. You're not going to go off of what was people came in on Tuesday. Is that correct?
Because the Constitution says that you have to be present for the meeting, and that's the purpose of the roll call tomorrow morning.
Okay, great.
People that are entered into the meeting. That number will be used throughout the day for voting purposes. They will assume to be checked in for the full meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
The roll call vote is like walking into the room
Yes.
at an annual meeting.
Yep. Any other questions? Okay. Are you done? Are you done with that? Or you got
I'm
more?
done. Yes.
You're done. Okay. Kathy Black is in, so let's go to CCW for her report. That's order number 24.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. My report is very short and sweet this time. We just are continuing to receive registrations every week. As you can see with my Meowie Hour background, we bring the CCW program up every week on Meowie Hour. The checks were sent out by central office. We send 10% of the registrations to a local shelter in each region, region 1 through 7. And we now have a shelter identified for region 2. So thank you, Pam. And but regions 1 and then 3 through 7, those checks were sent out by central office based on the number of registrations during this past show season. I had one shelter that identified they did not want to continue with us. They were too busy to pass out our pamphlet and talk about our program. We replaced them in region 4. So far regions 1 through 7 now have a shelter identified. We had a great virtual program with Trap King, and that was very successful for everybody involved. And that's my report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Rich Maston, your hand's up.
Thank you. Hi, Kathy. How you doing today?
I'm doing good. I've got painters here, so hopefully they'll be quiet while I'm on the air.
Okay, great. I do have a great job on the virtual show benefiting Sterling Davis of Trap King. Do you have any plans of doing another show with Sterling Davis?
Not that I know of. That was a CFA sponsored event, but I don't think we have anything currently planned with him, but Eileen may be able to answer that better than I can.
I don't know of any, not at this time.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah,
I asked her for her phone number. So we got Leanne is getting ready to come in, but I asked her to provide her phone number so we know who to let in.
Okay, if there's no further questions, I will sign out. You guys enjoy
Okay.
the rest of your afternoon.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kathy.
Okay, bye.
Okay, Leanne, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay, fantastic. So we're ready for the Modernization Steering Committee report.
Okay. And I just sent you my phone number. I don't know if you still need it or not.
I don't need it now. I see that you're here, so.
Okay, so this is basically what I was doing with you, Daryl, at the show in Kansas City. Sorry, screen's moving all over.
Yeah, we're trying to get up to your report.
That's all right.
So
I apologize for being late. I'm working today, so I'm just trying to squeeze in a few minutes.
Okay.
Okay, so what I was doing was the proof of concept for the video from the show halls. And as I mentioned, anybody can read the report, so I won't read it all the way through, but there are a lot of practical uses for doing video from the show hall, from advertising to generating revenue for the clubs, for judging program participants. But the first step was just to see if we could do it, if we could maintain a stable video from the show hall by setting up a Wi-Fi hotspot, connecting a stable camera, and then just displaying what was going on in the ring and making sure it could be heard, that the video was clear, and that it worked well. We did that at the Kansas City show, and it seemed we didn't have any glitches. We obviously didn't do it for 6 rings. I only brought a couple of cameras, so we just did it for the couple of cameras. So that's where we're at right now with that. I would like to try and do a full show now and let a few people have access and see where it goes from there. One thing that I don't know is how many users we're going to be able to allow to have access. So we're going to have to play around with that a little bit. And from the tech side, what we want to do with the video, do we want to store the video? Is it just for live streaming? I'd like for you guys to talk about that and figure out where you see this going and how you guys best want to utilize this technology beyond just being able to share it with the public.
Okay, George Eichenhauser, he has his hand up. Leanne, can we get his input?
I have some concern about live streaming something that might include minors being videoed without their consent. We can do what we want to try to frame the picture so we only get the judge, but there are stewards and other underage people wandering through the show hall, and we may not have permission to transmit their image. So I would like an opinion from our attorney about what we need to do about this. This may be as simple as putting a sign at the front door of the cat show, warning, if you come in here, you might be, webcasted. But I would like our attorney's opinion on the subject.
Ellie?
Okay, so I think I talked about this before, maybe online or in an email with everyone, but every jurisdiction is a little bit different. And so I'm a little concerned there's no one size fits all for the whole United States, Europe, and every other country. And so wherever this is going to happen, I think we just have to look at the rules of that state or country. And then it may be as simple as putting out a sign. It may require a waiver. It may require limited entry for the show where we do it, or maybe we do some live stream at certain periods of time where people are on notice or announcements are made and flyers are handed out to everyone who walks in the door that says they may be on video, and it's jurisdictional. So I won't know until you actually try, want to set up an event at a specific time and location, and then we can do the legal research to make sure that we are covering our bases. I don't think it's going to be that difficult, but we just would have to make sure that each jurisdiction is managed properly.
Okay. Thank you for that. Cindy Bird, you're recognized.
We did develop a generic video written work photograph release to be signed by people in shows in, I want to say Steve's region, not sure, but it is available, and we could certainly look at it in terms of different jurisdictions.
Okay, thank you. Steve, you're recognized.
How is this a different diversion from Facebook Live? I mean, I have people doing Facebook Live all the time, but how is this going to be separated from that? Is this going to be something bigger, better, faster, or?
This is Leanne. It would be intended that this would come through CFA so that we could use it as a marketing tool. So the shows could actually charge, if you charge $10 to enter a show, you could charge $2 to watch the show live via video. And so it would be an additional source of revenue. But this would be, the video would be hosted behind a paywall in CFA. So it would be different than Facebook video streaming, but from the legal standpoint of what actually goes public, I don't know how to answer your question.
Okay, thank you.
Shelley?
The other issue is Facebook Live is maybe people doing something, whereas this is something that if the CFA is sponsoring it and we're an organization, that's a difference that I would point out that we have to address because we're an organization.
Thank you, Shelley. That's a good point. Steve, did you have additional comments?
When the Westminster Dog Show goes on, how do those people have to sign a waiver that are in the audience?
This is Leanne. I can tell you from having been there the last several years that we do sign a number of consent forms for our likeness to be used, our cats, our dogs, our person to be used in all kinds of media, on TV. It is very inclusive in what we sign for the Westminster show.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Okay. Rich, you look like you have a question on your mind.
Well, maybe questions and comments. it all depends on what CFA's intended use is with the videos. And Shelley and Cindy are right. You're going to have to go by what's required in the jurisdictions. However, if the video is intended use is to promote CFA, you're going to need parental consent forms for any minor in producing a commercial to promote CFA. Now, if you're just streaming the event, I believe George is correct. All you need to do is post a notice at the entrance that this event is being streamed live and available on such and such. So I think there's where the hiccup's going to be, is what is CFA's ultimate intended use for all these videos? And then from there, you need to make sure you follow the laws and you get the rights of those participating in the videos.
And if it's initially used internally for like the judges program, that I would think wouldn't require much of anything. But as we expand the use of it, I think from a club's perspective, the most benefit is going to be able to broadcast it to the public, to let people know, hey, if you can't make it to our event, please log in using this link or QR code. $2, you can watch the entire show via webcast. So that is where I think probably the biggest benefit of the video is going to be, is to let the public see cat shows. And then the clubs get a little bit of revenue from doing that.
Okay, Rich, you have more questions?
Yeah, so if there is intended use for producing training videos, you will need a release for minors. Parents are going to have to authorize them being in the video to produce training videos.
So are we talking about the stewards? Is that what you're referring to, Rich?
Yeah, somebody brought up earlier in the discussion about minors, children, and how are they protected? And their protection is granted by their parents, given authority that they can be video and used for future purposes, whether it's a training or a promotional purpose or advertising or selling a product or trying to bring people to a CFA catch-up. If we're just videoing the event, not using it as an advertising tool, just so anybody can access it, that's slightly different than actually creating an ultimate purpose to sell the different products that CFA may have.
Well, and additionally, I think somebody earlier today brought up the question, how about if a judge doesn't want a video camera on their ring? How will you handle that, Leanne?
Well, I mean, I think that when a club decides that they are going to want to project their show or do a webcast of their show, they're going to have to take into consideration those judges who may or may not want to be videotaped. If I want to videotape my show and I contact you, Daryl, and say, Daryl, will you please judge our show? We are going to be videotaping it and making it available to the public. And you say, yeah, I'd really prefer not to do that. Then it's just like me asking you to judge a specialty ring, and you say, I would prefer not to do that. Then we choose a different judge.
Okay. Okay, Kathy Dunham.
Yeah, thank you. My previous job was with a video broadcasting company, and we had to, in instances where we were just videoing something to be broadcast out, I'll use the example of an auction, because we did video several of those. We had to post at the door that it was being broadcast, and we had to honor the fact that some people did not want their image on the video, which meant we either had to do a very narrow view of what was being broadcast, i.e. basically the item that was being auctioned off, or we had to make sure that those individuals were sitting on a side of the room that they were not going to be in the video. So I am in total agreement with Shelley and others that have said this, that we have to know what the rules are for video broadcasting wherever the show is located. And we have to be able to honor and get approval from the people that are going to be in the video. If we're just aiming the cameras at the ring, it would potentially be an entry clerk, the judge, and the steward that would be in the video the majority of the time. And we would also have to make sure that any exhibitor that did not want in the video, that we had the ability to get their cat in and out without them being in view. Thanks.
So, thanks, Kathy. I wanted to ask, how is this different than any kind of sporting event that someone attends? So go to a basketball game, the camera is focused on the basketball players, but throughout the game, you see the entire audience at various times. Even in high school and college basketball games that are broadcast, you see children, families, the entire audience sitting in the stands, and you can definitely do facial recognition on a lot of those people. So how do they handle a sporting event that is nationally broadcast?
Darrell?
Go ahead, Rich.
I believe the answer to that is it's when the ticket is purchased, there is a disclaimer on the ticket that states what the event's rights are once they sell that ticket to you in terms of using video.
Okay.
That's how they get around it.
Okay.
Not saying they get around it, but that's the proper way to handle it.
Yep.
So is that a way that we could handle it?
Shelley, is it plausible that we could basically issue tickets for the shows and put a disclaimer like that on?
Yeah, but I mean, the same thing could happen, that you could have a disclaimer on a clipboard that has a place for 100 signatures, and the person taking the money at the show, when people walk in, you need to say admittance to the show is based on knowledge and understanding that this is being captured for video for professional and I don't know, other usage and advertising it, so forth. And you have like a disclaimer, and they say, in order to enter the show, you need to sign this clipboard. I mean, it could be as easy as that. I just won't know until I know what state we're in.
Okay. So Leanne, do you have a show sort of in mind where you want to test this at?
Well, the next show that I'm going to be involved in is the Gray Summit show. It's a 6-ring show.
Yeah.
It's a 6x6. I don't know that a big show is the ideal place to try and do this. So I would really prefer to do like a 4-ring show. One, because of the equipment, and the other is because I'm not sure how much bandwidth we can do on one Wi-Fi. So I don't know. I'd look for a club to volunteer, and I have most of the equipment. I need to pick up a couple more cameras, but beyond that, if a club would volunteer, I would come and set it up, and we could work on doing the next phase of testing this project, testing this concept. I do think I need to work with Rich from a technology standpoint so we can talk about how we would do this going forward, because I mean, we can stream it, and I can send out links to everybody from the app that we're using for the cameras, but that's not how we actually get it to the public. So we'd have to talk about how that's going to happen, and I'm not sure how that phase of the project would work.
Okay, so it seems like we got a lot of what ifs here that we don't know answers to. So maybe the best option would be for you to get with a club, whatever state it is in, then you could send the information to Shelley. Shelley could do a little bit of research and see what hurdles need to be crossed in order to accomplish it. Would that work?
That sounds good to me.
Is anybody, Steve, go ahead.
Is there a video team that comes and sets up the cameras when somebody in a wheelchair knocks them over, repairs them, sets them back up, puts a little fuzzy face over those that don't want to be there? It goes to control room, I would guess, so it can go to the Wi-Fi, so we could find a channel, I would assume on CFA's channel site. How does all this get disseminated?
Well, that's what we're
Properly.
talking about. I mean, I can answer some of those questions, but not all of them. We are creating pillars for the cameras to sit on that have a base so that they won't be easily knocked off or knocked over, because when we did the beta, we just had them propped on top of the pole with the curtains, and that is not an effective way to put the camera up. So we're doing a pole that we could actually mount the camera to and slide it up and down and, you know, get a better camera angle and anchor the pole to the ground. So it's not going to be as easy to tip over. The answer to the other questions, I don't know yet. And that's where we're going forward. And I'm going to need some help. I'm going to need people to work with me on this team. I'd love you to be one of them and help figure out how to move this forward.
Okay, well, maybe what our best option is here is for you to come back in August to our meeting, get a little more data, try to get a show lined up that you can test this out. You know, it's sort of like, you know, test driving a car.
Daryl,
Yes,
this is Kathy. I have my hand up.
okay, all right. Go ahead.
Leanne, I will offer the October show in Springfield, Illinois, if Shelley would like to do the research for the state of Illinois as one of the test sites. It's an 8-ring show, but we can certainly do it on one of the 2 days. It's a back-to-back.
Okay, what date is that? October the what?
The 17th and 18th, I believe.
Okay. All right, got it down. And I'll be in touch with you.
Okay.
All right. And Shelley, you'll help them out with the research for the legality part of this?
Yeah, I don't want to spend a lot of time doing that until it's actually going to happen and that's the show and we're going forward and if for sure it's in Illinois, and then I'll spend my time and figure that out for them and tell them what the rule is.
Okay, fantastic. You guys, okay, Kathy and Leanne, okay with that?
Sounds good.
Yep, that'll be fine.
All right, good deal. Okay. Anything else, Leanne?
Not that I can think of unless you have any more questions for me.
I don't see any hands up. So thank you very much. I think this is sort of exciting and I see some good potential from it. So Kathy Calhoun, your hand's up.
Do we need to do anything with the board action item?
I don't think so because this is being planned for October.
Okay.
It can be brought back up. We have a meeting the first weekend in October and we can put the final touches on it at that show if we need to, or at that board meeting if we need to.
Okay, I just wanted to have the board, before I invest any more time or energy into it, I didn't want there to be any huge hurdles that seemed unable to be overcome before we continue to do this. So
You're talking about support from the board.
Exactly. That it's not going to get shot down 6 months from now if we continue down this path.
If you like, I'll ask for somebody to make a motion for you to give you permission to proceed.
Okay, that's kind of what I'd like. Thanks.
Okay, fantastic. Would somebody be willing to make that motion?
Delabar will.
Okay.
And I will
Steve will
second it.
second.
Okay, I heard Delabar and Kathy Dunham. All right, is there any discussion on giving permission for Leanne and her committee to proceed with the video broadcast of Judging Green? Kathy Calhoun, you're recognized.
I just have a question. What would be the financial ramifications for CFA?
I can't tell you exactly what that's going to be because we don't know how we're going to utilize it. I can tell you for the clubs, the investment would be about $300 per club to buy the equipment. And then if you're going to buy the data for streaming via a Wi-Fi, you'd have to pay for whatever data service you're going to use. If CFA is going to supplement that in some way, then that would fall onto CFA. If they're not, if it's just going to be club responsibility, then it's the club. However else CFA wants to use it, if we're going to put it behind a firewall or paywall, and CFA is going to use it for marketing in other ways, that's probably down the road. And I can't even begin to assess what the cost would be for that to occur. That's going to have to come more from inside CFA.
Okay, Kathy, anything else?
No.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other comments before I call the vote? Okay, so all those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, so the yes votes are Pam Delabar, George Eigenhauser, Kathy Dunham, Melanie Morgan, Carol Krasnowski, Brian Mosier, Cindy Bird, Kenny Curley, Sharon Roy, John Kalila, Rich Maston, Pam Mosier, Steve McCullough, Howard Webster. If you'll take your hands down, those opposed, please raise your hands. Okay, John Kalila, no, okay. No votes. Any abstentions? Kathy Calhoun, Rachel Anger. Okay.
Did we get a vote for Hayata? And did we get a vote for Sharon Roy?
Rachel, I was a yes. This is Sharon.
Got
Thank
it.
you. Thank you, Sharon. Hayata-san, are you awake?
So we had 14 yes votes, 0 no votes, 2 abstentions, and 1 did not vote.
Okay, all right. So the motion is agreed to. All right, Leanne, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And I'm going to sign off and go back to work.
All righty. Thank you for joining us. Okay, our next order of business is number 27, COVID-19 Advisory Committee. And we will also discuss the online motion that got a few no votes. Rich, I'll turn it to you and to George.
Okay, thank you, Daryl. Thank you to the entire committee for your words of wisdom. This was not easy to work on through all these different challenges and changes. Special thank you to George for co-chairing on this. And George, you know, just like Aline, best compliment of great work is more work. So I'm turning it over to you.
Okay, here's my thought. We have the online vote that I've been referring to as the May 17 version. And we have the CFA mandatory minimum requirements proposed in this motion. The principal difference between the two is what we do with the COVID-19 attendee advisory sign that the board has not approved yet. So my suggestion is let's discuss that, vote on that up or down, and then we can decide which version of the motion we want to go forward with in terms of adopting the main minimum requirements, whether it's the one that includes the signage or the one that does not. Everybody follow me?
You can make the motion.
Okay, so my first motion is to approve the accompanying COVID-19 attendee advisory signage effective immediately.
Rich will second.
Okay, thank you. Discussion? Everybody had a chance to read the advisory sign that will be posted at the entry to the shows? I don't see any hands up, so I'll call for unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the motion that's on the table? Okay, hearing no objection by unanimous consent, That portion of this committee report is agreed to, effective immediately. Okay, George?
Okay, then my recommendation is that I be allowed to withdraw the online motion in favor of board action item number 2 here, which is essentially the same as the online one, except it adds in the provision that the current COVID attendee advisory, God, that's complicated, has to be posted. There's a couple of minor changes in language. And then on the second page of it, there's the line where the standards differ. The club must adhere to the more restrictive standard. It's been suggested we make that red.
Okay.
Steve, second.
Hang on a minute. I don't think we can, since we voted, that's been voted on, I don't. Kelly, can it be withdrawn even when we voted on it? I don't think that's legal.
Shelley's shaking her head, but I can't hear her.
Well, I guess I'm confused. Was it voted on and it received unanimous consent and it's already been ratified at the beginning of this meeting?
No, it got a majority, but failed to be unanimous.
Then it's not, it didn't pass.
So it's not ratified.
So I
Correct.
withdraw it.
Okay, all right. And who made the second, George?
Steve.
No, I'm talking about the original motion that got presented online.
Oh,
Let me take a look quick.
Oh, it was Rachel. So Rachel, you're okay with withdrawing?
yes.
And Rachel's okay with withdrawing it. Okay.
Okay.
So that motion has been withdrawn. So now, George, you can present your new data for ratification.
And I'm asking that we approve the revised version of CFA's minimum of COVID-19 requirements of well-being of clubs and participants at CFA events to be effective immediately and come in effect until August 31, 2021.
Okay. Pam Delabar, you're recognized.
I just wanted permission to be able to have translated the signage to be at the entry of the shows into various languages.
That's up to you. I don't think you need permission.
Okay.
Melanie Morgan, you're recognized.
Was this seconded, by the way?
I believe Steve did.
Steve did.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Steve.
Okay, I'm just making sure it was second. All right,
Is that it?
speaking to this, I'm frustrated because like many of you, hello?
Go
Can
ahead.
you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right, good. Sorry, I'm having connection issues. Okay, I'm speaking to the proposal that I believe is on the floor about the new COVID adjustments. And I'm frustrated because like many of you, I want this to be over. And I want things to be normal again. I even think we're getting there, which is exciting.
We lost Melanie.
Yeah, we lost Melanie. So Kenny, you want to go ahead with your comments and then we'll pick Melanie
Can you
up.
guys hear me?
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Melanie.
Hey. I'm sorry about that. I'm also frustrated because I support many of the revisions in this new guidelines. However, I'm not supporting this motion, much as I didn't the online one, because I think it goes too far given where we are in our pandemic experience, especially given the fact that we face a unique challenge based off the demographics of our core user. And think about the people that populate the show halls that we go to. Our exhibitors are certainly in a high risk category. We need to be respectful of the issues that accompany that demographic and supportive while still moving forward with re-entering the market. As of 6 a.m. this morning, 56% of the US and 29% of the global population are still not vaccinated. While the CFA population may have better numbers than that, the fact remains we don't have a reliable way to verify vaccination status. And based on that, in my opinion, it's too early to take the steps that are outlined in this proposal. The provisions for show hall spacing, for example, are too vague. I think we should be specifying, if we're not going to do social distancing, we should be specifying at least a minimum aisle width. We should be specifying, more importantly, we should be specifying what to do about masks and revising our guidelines at this point to include making masks optional without having any way to prove whether people have been vaccinated or not, I think opens a whole door to a whole Pandora's box. We should be providing incentives for exhibitors to support our CFA events, and those incentives should involve being conservative when we're making decisions that involve providing a safe environment for them. Here in the US, I understand that the CDC has said it's okay for vaccinated people to forego masks in many places, and many locations have relaxed those requirements completely. However, and I think this is key, there are many individual businesses who have opted to be conservative and err on the side of safety. And I think we should avail ourselves of that option in this case. Wearing a mask, no question, it's uncomfortable, but it's not impossible. I mean, I certainly don't want to judge with a mask on, but I've done it. After all, our dedicated healthcare providers have done it for years, and I've yet to hear of any cases where doctors have dropped dead because they've been wearing a mask. The guidelines and the policies out there are changing almost daily, and it's already confusing. And enforcement of the guidelines that we have here for CFA is already really difficult. So at this point, making these things optional puts us in a situation where we're further muddying those waters and making it that much more difficult to enforce things. And I personally think that if we're not going to step up and make a stand to protect our exhibitors, that we should just simplify things and get rid of our guidelines completely. So this, at any rate, this current proposal kind of puts me in a mindset of where we're kind of in a neither nor situation. I suspect it will pass, and that's probably okay, but I'm not supporting it. And I'm sorry for the connection problems. I keep going in and out. I hope you guys could hear. I'm done.
Okay, are you making a motion to do away with the COVID guidelines totally?
No, we have a current motion on the table. We're discussing it, right?
Well, you can amend it.
No, I'm not. I mean, no.
Okay.
When this, that would have been my, no, I'm not making that motion.
Okay, Kenny Curley, you're recognized.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion.
There's already a motion pending, Kenny. If you
All right, I'll have a pending motion once that's done, but no, I certainly support following CDC guidelines. I certainly support following local federal guidelines. I think what we have done in the past has served its purpose, and it's time that we take those restrictions off. So I will be supporting this.
Okay, Pam Delabar, you're recognized.
As long as you keep the national requirements in there, I can support this. But comparing, let's say, Finland to the US is chickens and ducks. We're both poultry, but the US is over 60 cases per 100,000, and Finland's down to around 20 per 100,000. Our rules do not require masks in many situations and in many of our states. So I can't say that I'm going to hold out for masking. But as long as we keep the ability to conduct our shows and have our judges judge in compliance with the local, state, and national guidelines, then I will support this.
Thank you, Shelley.
So I raised my hand because I wanted to understand what the ramifications were of a no vote on the particular motion. Is there current guidelines in place that just stay in place? So that's what I wanted clarification of, is if this is voted down, then what is the rule that's existing? If I could get that clarified.
The current guidelines, which are 4 pages long, this is down to 2 pages. Everybody's required to wear a mask. They're required to sign a waiver, even though we've adopted a new waiver, so that won't be happening.
And how long did that last rule go into effect for? Was there a sunset date or indefinitely?
George?
There is a sunset date, and I'm going to check online to see what it is.
Okay, Rich Maston, you're recognized.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but I thought the sunset date, we extended it to June 30th so we can get through this meeting to address an updated version.
Yeah,
That's correct.
So I'm pretty sure that's what that is, but I do want to touch on what Melanie, Kenny, and Pam Delabar talked about. You know, I can appreciate everybody's concern and care on what's happening here. I live this every single day with the businesses that I have and the number of employees we have. And we're following all the different rules and regulations, and they change rapidly. I can't agree with eliminating this and not having some type of guidelines, requirements, or recommendations. I will point out on the new document that George has presented, there are 3 locations on this document. In the first paragraph, it states, this document requires that clubs at a minimum follow CFA mandatory COVID-19 requirements, local, county, state, national, and event facility regulations. That covers everything that we are not covering or including in this document. That is repeated in the first paragraph after CFA mandatory COVID-19 requirements. It is repeated again at the end of the document in the first paragraph, just under number 2, benching. We do need certain requirements and recommendations to help guide the clubs. It's not a perfect document. It will never be a perfect document because there are so many different things going on here. We're trying to make things a little bit simpler for people to follow, yet at the same time, the requirement is to follow the state, local, national facility and COVID. I have to support this from an obligation, being a board member, to help guide our clubs and protect this organization. We cannot not have anything. It will be a free-for-all. We have to have something in place. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Rich. And I just want to reemphasize that this guideline is generic enough that if changes happen, then you will still be required to follow whatever the CDC current guidelines are and the local guidelines. So the COVID committee won't be coming back to you every other month to try to update this based on what the guidelines are. It's generic enough. It instructs everybody to follow what the current CDC guidelines are and the state and the local guidelines. And it's if you are fully vaccinated, that's 2 weeks out from your Pfizer and your Moderna vaccine, or 1 week or 2 weeks out from your 1 dose of J&J, then you're considered fully vaccinated. There is no mandate in any of this that you cannot wear a mask. When I go to stores, I have a mask in my pocket. I don't put it on unless the store's crowded. If it's crowded, I put my mask on. I'm fully vaccinated. So there was a lot of thought into this. Mary Lee is a doctor. She is our medical consultant on this, and she is the one that provided a lot of guidance on this. So we're trying to follow the science, make it safe for people. If you're that concerned that you might get COVID by attending a cat show, then you don't have to go to the cat show. Your health is more important than going to a cat show, in my opinion. I want people to come to the cat shows. But if you're not vaccinated, wear a mask. It's your choice to get vaccinated. But if you're not, wear a mask. And if you don't, I just read a report yesterday. The number of hospitalizations, it's 1 to 2% of the hospitalizations are vaccinated people right now. So if you're vaccinated, you're covered pretty much. Kenny, your hand's up.
Oh, sorry, I'll bring it down.
George Eichenhauser, you're recognized.
Yeah, I checked online and it wasn't updated, but I checked in our board IO group, and in mid-May, we extended it to June 30th. So the COVID requirements currently in effect expire on June 30th.
Okay. Rachel?
Okay, I have a question about that. The motion that we delayed until this report, if I understood the discussion we had, was withdrawn. And that is what has it remaining in effect until the end of June.
No, there were two motions in May. One was made around May 12th. One was made around May 17th. The May 12th was the one that extended it to the end of June. The one I believe was May 17th is the one that was withdrawn. The one that extended it to the end of June was approved unanimously.
Okay, and my second question is, in the guidelines, after the very last section, recommended COVID-19 event practices, there's a stricken out sentence and then a red line, underlined sentence, which appear to be identical.
That it doesn't show up in the black and white version, but the black and white version was deleted and a red version was inserted in its place. It's a color change on the text.
Oh, that's the only changes, literally the red line. Okay.
Literally red.
Want it in red. Perfect. Okay. Great.
Shelley?
Thank you.
Okay, so I recall that when COVID first started, we passed a motion that had a generic blurb, which looks very similar to the very first paragraph of this motion. And I believe we did not put an end date on it. And it said that the clubs and shows all had to follow the local, national, and so on. So my belief is that's still out there, and I don't believe it had an end date on it, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong. But what that means is a no vote on this, if this does not pass, means all of our guidelines expire on June 30, and we are left with the paragraph that we initially put out. So I think that that is the actual procedural standing, and I could be wrong, but I believe there was no end date on our original paragraph that we passed.
Okay, Rich?
Yeah, can we confirm that somehow, what Shelley just mentioned on, is there a sunset date on the original motion? And then Daryl, we are going to have to probably revisit this again in August, because this current one has a sunset date of August 31st.
Yep.
And then I had a couple conversations maybe with Kenny and Steve, asking questions about upcoming shows. If a club chooses to require masks to be worn at their event, but yet the local authority or the state doesn't require it, that club, i.e. business, can set its own standard in restrictions for attendance. Now, it may not be in the club's best interest to require that and then police it, because there could be some disruption, but a club has the right to do it. Keep in mind, so does the facility. The facility may require it, masks to be worn, or social distance, or have specific restrictions.
Well, the facility would operate under local guidelines.
All depends, Daryl. I'll give you an example. Here in Rochester, New York, we have a children's museum. And even though the state has dropped its masks requirement, the museum decided to keep it because the children in attendance are not eligible or able to get their vaccines. Therefore, their requirement is to maintain a mask. Now, they may choose to change that later, but that's where it gets a little complicated with what does the facility attract in terms of attendance? Do they attract children, and will they allow it?
So I have a question for Shelley. If we adopt this policy, can we make it mandatory on the clubs, or do they have the right to institute their own policy that's more stricter than the national guidelines and CFA's guidelines?
So that's going to be on a state by state basis again, because some states, the governors are saying things and doing things that other states, the governors may say opposite. And so I don't know without it being a state specific. And the only question you posed was if the clubs want to make it more strict, correct? Because if you pass a mandatory and then the club tries to make it less strict, they're going to be violating your recommended event practice. The other thing I had a question about is why are you using the recommended? So this is not mandatory because it's only recommended. Is that right?
So Alan, can you scroll up so we can see
Yes.
what the mandatory? Right there, that's good.
So the only mandatory is the one section and the rest is recommended. Okay.
So there's not anything in the mandatory I see that requires a mask. So if that's our mandatory requirement, how can a club make you wear a mask when we don't have it as a mandatory requirement?
If I can answer that question,
Yes, George, go ahead.
this only sets minimums. This is a floor. This is not a ceiling. Nothing in here says clubs can't require masks. Nothing in here says clubs can't require hand washing or social distancing or anything else clubs want to do. What this says is clubs can't go below the minimum standards required by law in their area. That's all this says. It does not set any ceilings.
So what are we gonna do when exhibitors come to a show and the state doesn't require a mask and the club wants them to wear a mask? And they just flat out refuse to do it.
That's something the club has to decide on their own if that's a can of worms they want to open up. If their state says you don't have to wear a mask and they're in a state where they're allowed to say wear a mask, because some governors have banned mask mandates. But if the club is legally entitled to do a mask mandate under their local law, nothing in this prohibits them from doing it. Whether that's a wise decision or not, that's something they have to decide.
Okay, Steve?
I have a question for Shelley and George or whoever has the answer. When you rewrite your will and you say this new document supersedes everything prior to it, everything's out the window, can we put that on here? In case if there's something hanging out there we don't remember that's in the minutes somewhere?
You can do that, sure, that would have to be a motion to amend. But my recollection, just so you know, is there's the one that expires in June, and then there's the generic paragraph that Cindy and I and George and other people wrote and had input in, and that was passed, but I don't remember a sunset date on that. But it was very generic and just basically said, you have to follow all the laws. Wherever you're at, follow all the laws.
Right. So can we, what's that called when you wipe out everything in front of it? Replace it with something better? Superseding is a codicil? What the hell is it?
Supersede would be like, or this replaces all former regulations or requirements regarding COVID that have been passed.
Okay, that'll work. Thank you.
George?
I think we've pretty much beaten this to death. Maybe we should just vote on it.
Okay, all right, so I'm gonna call the question. All those in favor of the new updated COVID policy, please raise your hand. So the yes votes are Rich Maston, Pam Delabar, Carol Krasnowski, Steve McCullough, George Eichenhauser, Kathy Dunham, Cindy Bird, Sharon Roy, Brian Mosier, John Kalila, Kathy Calhoun, Pam Mosier, Howard Webster. You'll take your hands down. Those opposed, please raise your hand. Any abstentions? Kenny, I didn't see your hand go up either for any of these votes. Kenny Curley?
Rachel is a yes vote, by the way.
Okay.
He's still there.
This is step over. Okay, Rachel, you can make the announcement.
So we had 16 yes votes, 1 did not vote.
Okay,
That was me and I was disconnected. I'm a no vote.
Oh,
okay,
And I was
Melanie.
disconnected as well, Rachel. I am a yes.
okay,
okay.
thank you, Kenny.
So that's 15 yes, 1 no.
Should be 16.
Yeah,
yes.
that's 16 yes, sorry. 16 yes, 1 no.
So the
No
motion,
abstentions.
okay, and the motion is agreed to. Okay, does that cover?
I have nothing more.
Okay, so we got Pam Mosier's, well, that's actually under new business. So, all right, so that's all the reports of special committees. So now we'll move on to unfinished business and general orders. Is there any unfinished business? Any other committee reports that we've not heard that need to be heard? No, okay, so we'll move on to new business. Pam Mosier, you're recognized with your new business item.
Daryl, it was put in closed session.
Oh, okay, no, we voted to have it open.
The oath of office?
No, the recordings.
No, you're talking about the recordings. That was Melanie who brought that out.
Oh, that was moved to,
New business
correct.
Yeah,
in open session, because it was in closed session. You guys wanted it in open.
correct.
Melanie, did you make that motion?
Yes, she did.
Yes,
Okay, all right, so
it's in open session.
you're recognized.
It's not my motion. I simply wanted to move it from closed to open. Who did bring the motion?
Kathy.
It's mine, Daryl.
Okay,
Kathy. Okay, thank you. I wrote this because of situations that happened the past few months of our recordings being used against specifically Daryl, but could very easily be used against any of us if a constituent does not like what we have said at the board table or how we have presented facial or physical expressions at the board table. So I would like to see an end date put on these recordings being left on our social media outlets. I don't think that they need to be up any longer than 10 days to show the transparency of the business of this organization. There's no need for it to be out there forever. So I would like to make the motion to remove open board meeting recordings from all CFA social media outlets 10 days after the original posting.
Okay, I need a second.
Rachel?
Delabar seconds.
Okay. Carol Krasnowski, you're recognized.
I'm not speaking to this issue, but I just want to remind everyone, we skipped over the international division report, and I believe there was something in there about show package delivery for China. So we should go back to that at some point.
Where's that at?
It was under other committees.
Can we go back?
No, let's deal with this first. I don't have that on here.
Oh, it was in other committees, part of it, because it was submitted late.
Oh, okay, all right. All right, we'll pick that up, Carol, after we get rid, after we do this one. Okay,
Okay.
thank you. So we've already started this, and it wasn't on specifically on my list here. George Eichenhauser, you're recognized.
Yeah, I understand the concern, and we all know the danger of people getting excited over things getting taken out of context and twisted around. But that's part of the danger of being a board member. I'm just not convinced that 10 days is long enough, because if people want to use the recording of the board meeting to figure out what's happening in CFA, it ought to at least remain online until after the minutes for that board meeting have been published and approved. Because it's the only record people have that they can look at as to what happened at the board meeting until we've got the transcript out there. So there will be a gap where suddenly our meeting is public, then it goes dark, then it goes public in the minutes again. So at the very least, I would extend this until the official transcript is printed. But I'm not convinced that this is going to fix any problems. People tend to get hot about something when it happens. People get hysterical after a board meeting because they're unhappy with a vote. And if it doesn't burn itself out within 10 days, the chance of it being misused after that is really slim. I don't see people going back 6 months in these to try to make the board look bad. I see this is something that's going to happen right after a board meeting for the first 10 days. And then after that, nobody's going to pay attention to it anymore.
So George, would you like to make an amendment to extend it until the?
No, because I'm not even convinced that I want us to pull it down at all.
Okay.
So I just don't think this is going to accomplish what people hope it's going to accomplish. But if they do want to do it, at very least, keep it up online until the transcript replaces it.
Okay, Pam Delabar, you're recognized.
Well, one, I believe that we ought to have a policy for board members like we do for judges dealing with social media. I'm not convinced that Facebook is always our friend. Anyway, and I'm not talking about just the board, I'm talking about CFA. We have a drop dead date on our did, and I could stand corrected on this, on our tape recordings. We had to make sure that they weren't out there to be, constantly subpoenaed by this person wanting to sue CFA for this thing or whatever. We had a destroy date for those, and I believe we should have quote unquote a destroy date for these as well. It really serves no purpose beyond what George says when the minutes go out. The 10 days may be too soon, but I cannot see going more than a month on this.
Okay, Pam Mosier, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you. I have to agree with George. This is part of being on the board. If you don't like what you're saying, it's open session. So if you don't like it, maybe you should try to tone back on some of the things you say. But there should be no reason why this should be taken down or it should be left alone. I just don't think there's any reason.
Okay, Melanie Morgan, you're recognized.
Kind of agree with George and Pam in that, what goes on the internet, as they say, pretty much lives forever, regardless of whether we take it down or not. Why not just be completely transparent and leave it up? And it's something we all kind of signed up for when we decided to sign up to be active participants on the CFA Board of Directors.
Okay. Any other comments? Rich?
Well, after hearing what everybody has to say, I'd like to make an amendment to the 10 days and extend it to at least 30 days.
Okay, I need a second.
Rachel seconds.
Okay, so let's discuss the amendment going from 10 days to 30 days. Rich?
Yeah, so, I had mixed feelings on this right from the beginning, because as I recall, prior to doing Zoom meetings, we never had recorded meetings. People could attend the board meeting or they would wait till the minutes were published. Now, looking at the recording of the meetings, maybe there is a benefit. Maybe it helps us to act a little differently, knowing that we're being watched and people will search this later to see how we're handling things. So I see the pluses to it, and I have no objections to keeping it up for a minimum of 30 days. That's all I have.
Anybody else? Okay, so let's vote on the amendment. That's, the amendment is to extend to 30 days from 10 days. All those in favor, raise your hand. So the yes votes are Kenny Curley, Sharon Roy, George Eigenhauser, Pam Delabar, Cindy Bird, Melanie Morgan, Kathy Dunham, Rich Maston, Carol Krasnowski, Rachel Inger, John Kalila, Kathy Calhoun, Brian Mosier, Howard Webster. You'll take your hands down. Those against, please raise your hand. The no votes, please. No votes. The abstentions. Pam Mosier and Steve McCullough. Okay, Rachel, you can make the announcement on the amendment.
Melanie, I did not get your vote. If I missed it, I apologize. Was she there?
It was a yes.
So we have 14 yes votes. 2 no votes, and I have Hayata did not vote.
Okay, so the amendment is agreed to.
Steve was an abstention, not a no.
Yeah, Steve and Pam were abstentions.
Right, so that's the 2 abstentions.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for clarifying, Steve. It's always good. Any debate on the amended motion? Melanie?
I'd like to point out that in the past, not at every meeting, but at some meetings, there were attendees who were live streaming, and we had no control at all over those. They went out over Facebook often. So, certainly we've had that going on for quite some time. This is just a more controlled and a better quality version, I think, in many ways.
Okay, any other comments? All right, so let's have the votes on the amended motion. All those in favor? Okay, so the yes votes are Rachel Anger, Kathy Dunham, Carol Krasnowski, Pam Delabar, Cindy Bird, Rich Maston, Howard Webster. Okay, if you'll take your hands down. The no votes, please. So Melanie Morgan, Brian Mosier, George Eigenhauser, Pam Mosier, Sharon Roy, Steve McCullough, Kenny Curley, Kathy Calhoun. Okay, abstentions? Kathy Calhoun? Okay, no abstentions.
I did not get a vote for John Kalila.
Mine was a no vote. I had problem.
Okay, that's 7 yes votes, 9 no votes, 1 did not vote.
Okay, so the motion is not agreed to, so the recordings will continue to be on there. And if it's any kind, if it's of any import to anybody who might be interested, I could care less what people say about me or how I conduct a meeting. And if they want to get on and badmouth me, more power to them. Because I'm sort of like Kelly Clarkson or whoever it was said, whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger. So I will rise up just as strong as ever. So, all right. So let's go back to the ID. Kenny, you're recognized.
I believe either Eva or Gavin had something to say about this particular, the progress report. It pretty much speaks for itself. the marketing, what have you, is Eva on? Or even Matt or
Gavin,
Gavin?
They are in the room. or-
they're in the room, but their mics are muted, so.
Wake up.
Hello, yeah, I'm here. This is Gavin speaking.
All right, Gavin.
It's Floyd here. Okay, so I think this is well, like Kenny said, this speaks for itself. First of all, we have quite a few cities open for the last season, and also we're making some more progress this season. But I would like to maybe reveal some information more in the closed session. And we did the entry clerk training. We also created local policy for how to get the dates fairly. And there had been some noises, but now it's working out great. And we've also managed to reduce the shipping costs further for CFA in terms of packaging delivery to all the clubs here. So yeah, so overall, I think we're making great progress in China with the support from everyone on the board, and from Kenny and Russell, obviously. So I think it's all good. That's all.
Okay. Anybody else? Rachel?
My hands up.
Sorry.
So am I correct that there is not a board action item here at this time?
No, not that I'm aware of, Rachel.
Okay, there was a something indicated, but then it went into explaining the two issues with this, and that's where the report ended. So I guess we will move on then. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so on my list of orders, that's it for today, for the open session. Is there anything else that needs to be brought up in open session before we adjourn? Nothing? Okay, so